Oh lord. Wait, wrong one. There we go.
Oh, you put
Hi.
RZ.
What?
Why you put stupid? You're the one who deleted general.
Tupid.
Stupid. RZ is late. Okay, well that's at least
Alright,
partially
we
my
are
fault,
late.
but also not partially my fault.
I mean, I did have to delay an hour, and then it took us like another hour to get set up.
Well, it's because I was eating food mostly. So that's the part that's my fault.
Mm-hmm. I trust. Don't notice anything different about me? Maybe a new haircut or something?
Q.
Tucker's band Q. The war of the mods has begun.
I'm afraid I can't do that for you, Dave.
Fuck you, I'll unplug you. Interesting filter. I was recounting the history of HoloLive members, and I remembered that I could do this. I learned this from Amelia.
Mods together strong. Monkey!
Cold. I want to show Tuckers what I'm talking about. It's inside chat. Alright.
That's a funny looking centipede, actually.
You're a funny
The
looking
timing's work.
centipede.
But I'm not a centipede.
Not yet.
I'm apparently just stupid.
Yes, you are. Stupid. Oh, anyway, hi everyone. Oh, hi V8, hi Q, hi JC, hi Raven. Tuckers. Nightshade, I saw you up there. Monkey Dragon, Monkey D Dragon.
Dragging these nuts.
Dragging these nuts
Someone
across
edited
your face. Tuck pulling Uno reverse. I have that emote, don't I?
Yes, I believe you do.
Okay, okay. Here.
Also, chat, I'm scared because RZ told me and then proved that she is in possession of a Kanifa.
Yes, I'm in possession of many, but I would be less scared about that.
I'm in danger.
You are in danger, you just don't know it yet. Alright, chat. So I have written up last night multiple scenarios for Tucker to play out through. They are horror, however, Tuckers doesn't know what kind of horror because I haven't told him. Why is Tucker lower res? Because he's stupid.
Listen, I changed the bit rate in Video Ninja and it just isn't doing anything.
Exactly. Skill issue. Yeah, I haven't told him anything, and I'm gonna randomly select one of the scenarios for him. I won't give him any hints, but I also won't be too punishing. He has to learn as he goes to survive. He's your RPG character. Yeah. Now, sometimes there will be an element of luck to this, and I might roll a die for it. Might roll a die. So, yeah. It's mostly gonna be based on how smart Takes ends up being. You know?
Depending on the subject, it might be kind of smart. Otherwise, it might be stupid.
Yeah. And you may get some misdirection that may lead you down the wrong path. You're gonna have to watch out for that.
Great.
However, I will be in charge of whatever evil or danger you may face, right? And I, role playing, will not have it act with the all knowing intelligence that I have here. I will roleplay as whatever that evil is, no matter how dumb it may be or how smart it may be. So, you don't have to worry too much. Okay.
I'm still gonna be shaking in my boots.
Very possible. Very possible. Get it? Cat, paw, meow. Hey, that's my line. It's my line, you dirty bastard.
Plagiarism is fun.
Uh-huh. Chat, these are original characters, no one steal. This is my, what's it called when it's My Little Pony? It's like Fursona, but My Little Pony.
I don't know anything about
I
it.
thought you would know.
No.
My bad. Pony
I'm not a
Sona,
brony,
something
sorry.
like that. Okay, every pony, are you ready? Alright, Tuckers. Before I get
Yes.
started, I want to make sure chat can hear the rain. They can hear the rain. Alright, Tucker. You are a researcher, right?
Okay.
You have been sent by your company to a cabin out in the wilderness of Scandinavia. You are to study, fucking local rocks or some shit. You're like a geologist. For that, you just have a couple of research tools and, about a week's worth of food. The cabin is fairly bare, other than that. You are, however, near many dangerous cliffs, which means you couldn't drive your car here. You had to hike past many large trees and little ponds and lakes along the way. And your cabin itself is about 100 feet from the sea. It is summertime where you are, so it won't be snowing, but rain is very common. As you arrive at the cabin, I'll let you decide what you start doing.
Fuck. I'm gonna start like I guess if this is like the start of the day, I'm gonna like go out and just start rummaging through rocks, and I'm gonna get my little like rock hammer, and we'll start breaking some open and like examining the layers.
Okay. Real quick, for accuracy's sake, let me look up what type of rocks are in Scandinavia. Love how it autofills. What the fuck is genus? I'm like, what type of rock? Like igneous or some shit?
Yeah, igneous would be like a volcanic rock.
Yeah. Key rocks include igneous granite. Okay. These are all igneous rocks. They're mostly smooth and dark because of the close proximity to the ocean. which is where, you're picking up these rocks from.
Okay. I'm gonna find I'm gonna go rummaging around for a particularly large one that's been probably around the shoreline and getting like waves washed over it, and I'm gonna then go try to find go more inwards from the shoreline and then find another one so I can compare the how the erosion is working on them, I guess.
Hmm. You do so, finding nothing but rocks. You find a large rock, fairly grainy and worn down from the ocean. Break off chunks of it to take back to the cabin with you. And you spend all day looking at rocks like a geologist. Fucking weirdo.
A good scientist.
And sun is starting to set, and rain clouds are gathering. Think it's probably about time to head back to the cabin?
Yeah, before it starts raining and getting exorbitantly cold.
Yeah. Start studying your findings.
I should probably have a little bit of dinner, and then
Yeah.
this cabin being remote probably doesn't have electrical heating and cooling, so I probably ought to start a fire or something.
Yeah, it has like a potbelly stove kind of thing. High as knife. So you start a fire. Keep in mind you don't have a ton of wood, but the woods aren't far away. There's an old saw laying around.
Just take off a few of the low-hanging branches maybe, and maybe there's a fallen tree or something I can take a little chunk from that'll last the night.
Okay. Doing that, darkness has set, rain starts to fall. Your radio indicates heavy storms are on the way. They'll
Okay,
last
well,
a
it's time to go
couple
inside.
days. Mostly on and off. Sitting down, you eat your dinner, you study your rocks, you pour acid on them or fucking look at them under a microscope. I don't know what a geologist does. You're the expert here. And after that, do you decide to lay down for a nice day of rest in your new home?
Yes, I will have some sleepage.
Okay. Late into the night, the rain is falling heavily around you. That's pretty much it. You wake up in the morning, you have your breakfast, you go outside to begin another day, but you notice a foul smell. And large sections of rocks have been pushed to the sides around your little cabin there.
Sections of rock have been pushed to the side. Is it in uniform lines of them in a perfect diameter, or is it just randomly strewn away from the cabin?
Like somebody sloppily dragged a log around. A very large, heavy log.
Is this log or other large implement anywhere around that I can notice?
Nope. Just the same black rock beach, but now with an odd smell and, the drag marks everywhere. Displaced stones. Thank you, Nightshade.
Is this rotting animal carcass type smell, or is it a sulfur, rotten egg type smell.
A mix of rotten animal and low tide, which not uncommon given you're right next to the ocean.
Okay. Anything? Hmm. Anything wash up that could explain the smell?
Nope,
Hmm.
just bits of seaweed strewn about, sea grass on the ground,
Seagrass.
slight bit on your cabin as if the water washed up onto it, but there's no water damage.
Hmm. Is this like seaweed, seagrass, like forming largely a sort of trail, I guess, of stuff that could have like fallen off that goes towards the shoreline there, or is it kind of like everywhere?
Randomly strewn about, mostly concentrated like on the lower walls of your cabin and around the drag marks.
Interesting. I'm not quite too sure what to do about that just yet. Uh, is so the cabin, given we're on a shoreline, it would have to be above the water at least a little bit. But
Yeah,
like,
you're
is it
about
like a
100
steep
feet
grade
away,
or?
and the beach is mostly flat.
Okay, so it's a very small grade.
The water won't rise to touch your cabin.
I would hope nobody builds a cabin that close to the shore. Huh. All right. Well, I'm gonna leave puzzling for that a little more later. I'm gonna kind of like do a quick scan of the tree line and see if there's like a downed tree or something, or if there's something back there, and maybe just consider going over there and grabbing some more wood for tonight.
A storm knocked over an old dead tree, but the wood is somewhat wet, given the rain.
If there's like, I'm gonna try to find some that was like underneath the brush of a tree and like take it back to the cabin and like hang it over or next to the cinders or remnants of my fire just so that it uses the warmth to dry out at least a little bit before it's time to try and burn it.
Okay, you've collected a good amount of brush and dry fallen sticks. Enough for a fire for a few days.
Okay, well, I'll have to do that again for a couple of days. So that's very strange. All that seaweed collecting up there. And if I'm far enough from the shore, the tides can't possibly have moved the rocks. Are these like larger rocks or like a random assortment? Or is it mostly like smaller, grainy, pebbly rocks up by the cabin?
Closer to the ocean, they're simply pebbles and sand, but closer to the cabin, they're only a couple inches in diameter.
Okay, so they're not big, but they're heavy enough that a small water tide wouldn't move them.
Mm-mm.
Do I know, like, I would hope at least that I studied a map before I got sent to the middle of nowhere. Is there like another structure somewhere, like a little ways down the beach or something?
There is an old map on the wall of the cabin, but it's over 100 years old and it only details the shoreline and very close surrounding woods, of which there's no structures. There are, however, very old ruins from a Viking age. However, it's just collapsed stone buildings.
How far away are those?
Half-mile down the shoreline.
Little like 15-minute trek. I'm gonna go, I guess, collect some samples along the beach for, I guess, further research, and I'm gonna kind of like generally head that way.
RWD. Back to collecting rocks, are we?
For
Alright.
now, though, I'm still gonna be like puzzling in the back of my head as I go about what could have moved the rocks and where the seaweed came from.
You go about picking up your interesting black stones. You throw them into a bag. Is that just about all you do?
Now, when I get close to the old ruined building, I want to see if there's like a similar sort of array of seaweed and moved stones.
As you get to the ruins, it seems to be round houses that collapsed many, many years ago. Nothing really inside. The roofs have long rotted away. But there isn't any sign of seaweed or any kind of disturbances in the stones around.
Hmm. Well, this is confuzzling. Those are
Mhm.
some old ruins then.
Yeah, about 400 or 500 years old. Very early Viking or explorers would have probably set that little camp up.
Okay. Um, what do we know of like the wildlife at this general region of Scandinavia? Is it mostly like just small fish? This is like a pond or an ocean that we're dealing with.
The ocean is fairly cold, mostly suiting larger fish. There's birds around. Not very big, just assorted birds. There's been things like manatees spotted in the area. A few crabs along the shore. There's clams. However, that's only from what you've seen and been told. You're not a marine biologist or anything.
Okay. So I guess for now I'm gonna go study my rocks in the cabin and have some lunch, and then probably in
Okay.
the evening I'll take a little bit of an early sleepage so I can wake up again in the night and take a peek if some weird crap is going on.
Did you take any of the stones from the buildings? Any of the building blocks? Or even a piece of them? They're all made of the same stone from around the general area.
No, I probably would be more interested in the stones like around the beach area and like leading up to the structure to like I guess study the difference in the rate of erosion across the beach's breadth.
Hmm. The stones do get lighter as you head towards the forest. Alright, you head back to your cabin. You settle down as the clouds gather again. You have your lunch. You gaze upon the stones. The ones that you took as a sample from around the drag marks have weird light colored mud on them. It smells foul. Getting out of
This is getting out of hand.
two
Now there
of
are two of
them.
them.
This is my mod. He can ban you if you talk bad about him. But I'll ban him, so don't worry.
Chad, I'm in danger. Please help.
You have no idea.
It pulls out the Kanifa. Sorry, where were we? The rocks have a strange mud on them from near the building. Okay.
From the drag marks.
Oh, from the drag marks, right. I'm presuming this doesn't closely match the dirt of the terrain either from the forest or closer to the beachfront.
Not of the forest, but it's very thin and has small chunks of sand in it. So it could be from the beach. Though it's a lighter sand, not like what you'd find at the shore.
It's like a fine grain.
Hi, Anthony.
You could do the funniest thing right now. And what is that?
Ban Anthony. Banthony.
I could squish you, but like, there's no point in that right now.
Hi.
I'm not one of those crazy mods who squishes people for fun.
Gazing upon Fillion.
I am not Philly. I'm also not Hatsune Miku.
Hatsune Miku.
I really do need to.
You could.
I really
you
do
could
need
be.
No.
Yes.
No. I don't speak Japanese.
Nihongo desu.
Mi no hablo español.
No hablo español, por favor. Hi, Gray.
Hello, Grey Standard.
Hello. No
Hello,
привет,
comrade.
drug.
Okay. So... if there's like a finer coarse grained sand and it smells funky, it would be reasonable to believe this came from probably the nearby ocean bed, but probably not too. Is it like a weird fishy smell, I guess?
Yeah, the same smell you noticed this morning. It's like dead animal and low tide.
It'd be reasonable to believe that something. What on earth? What? Manatee maybe, but they're not going to be organized enough to like use a branch or something to move them in arcs. Okay, well that's an interesting thing to note.
The rain is now falling heavily.
And I'm guessing it's like evening-ish.
The sun were it high in the sky, would be entirely blocked out by dark clouds.
Okay, so I don't really know what time it is.
You do have a watch.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, what time is it then?
It's about 7 o'clock. Sun will go down in about an hour.
Okay, I'm gonna take like a 2 hour nap, and then do I have like an alarm clock?
You can set an alarm on your watch.
Oh, I got a fancy watch. Okay, yeah, I'll set it to like wake up at 9.
Okay. Me. You wake up an hour later at 9. The storm is still going strong. The fire is only embers. And it's dark. What do?
Cabin probably doesn't have any windows.
It has one small dirty window.
I like unsmudge it. Well, the outside might be dirty, but I can unsmudge it from the inside and just take a little peek.
Can peek outside, but it's still very dark. You can't see anything.
There's not even. Well, is it still raining overnight, or would I get moonlight?
Still raining. Heavy storms are passing through the area for the next few days.
Okay. Um. The tide, does it come up overnight where I am in the world, or
Yes.
okay? I'm not just Well, I can't see too well.
You do have a flashlight as part of your researcher's tools.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just gonna take a quick look-a-doodle around, or I start with just shining the flashlight out the window and just take a quick like. Had the rocks moved again?
You can only see a couple feet outside of the cabin. From there, you can't really see anything weird. However, you do see dozens of tiny pinpricks of light far away from the cabin. Could be stars reflecting off the water, but can't be sure.
Not likely with the storm.
Could also be reflections from your flashlight on wet rocks.
That's much more likely. I'm just gonna go ahead and turn the light off real quick, and those will probably disappear.
The pinpricks of light are gone.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so it's probably pretty cold out, so I don't want to get like soggy wet. But I'll just like pop my head out the door real quick and take a look and see if them rocks or whatever has moved, or if there's like, given its high tide, if there's any like fine-grained sand that's washed up.
You step out from the front door out into the little covered deck area. You notice the foul smell is here, but the rocks haven't moved. The water ends about 50 feet away from the cabin.
Well, I guess I'm gonna pop inside and do a little bit of late night rock research or something for another we'll call it 3 hours to midnight, and then if I don't, nothing happens from then, I'm just gonna go ahead and sleepage again.
You sit down, you observe the stones, you smell them, you taste them like a little weirdo. You write down notes in your notebook, have the Weather Channel playing on the radio. Some weird fucking Hergadurgan guy keeps talking about rain, of course. With that, not much new happens. Only rain can be heard tapping down on the tin roof.
Well, so in my geology kit, if I'm looking at rocks, I know it's a thing that a lot of times they'll have like really dilute hydrochloric acid and it'll react colorfully on some rocks. So I'm just going to go ahead and take a couple of the rocks that have that were like from the first collections that don't have any junk on them. Just do that and then compare it with one or two that have the weird like smelly sandy crap on them.
As you pour the acid onto the untouched stones there, nothing much happens as you rough up the surface so the acid can get more towards the inside, unprotected area. It fizzes, but that's it. Does mostly the same thing to the rocks with the sand on them. There is a decent amount of calcium from what you can tell. I believe that's what makes it fizz.
Okay. Oops. Checking something. Okay, calcium carbonate. So it's not. What if I take, I'm just gonna go ahead and heat the rocks up a little bit with the embers of the fire, and then just dip a little more dilute acid on them and see if there's any difference in the intensity of the reaction or something.
Not much difference. Same foam.
And the ones that got moved, are they like any more jagged or notably smoother than the ones I grabbed before they were moved around?
Nope. They just have that weird sand on, like, a little bit.
How very interesting. Why would the sand be washing up on shore? Some is going to do that naturally, but not that much sediment, and only in a specific place. Are they high? No. This is perplexing. I shall ponder this in the morning, for now I sleepage.
Going to sleep, rain still tapping on the tin roof. You wake up in the morning, everything Mostly the same. What do you do?
Guess I'm have some breakfast and just take another look at the rock situation, look around the cabin, see if there's any notable differences, and then probably, well, provided there's no changes, I'm probably going to think about going to the forest and grabbing another day or two of wood.
Hmm. You sit down, eat breakfast, you put on your raincoat as it's still sprinkling and pretty cold out. As you open the front door, you find your front porch has been damaged. There's much more seaweed strewn about. The smell is much worse. And a few of the, like, support bars for your front fence, like, you know, on the front of the porch, have been snapped. Small chunks of wood lay about. The nails that held them in place are bent, like they got torn out of place. And the rocks are all scattered around.
Is there any pattern to the rocks to suggest, like, what the movement of, like, a water tide or maybe a animal or something that came through there would have been? Is there any sort of, like, pattern of movement?
The same drag marks, however, around your front porch, they're very concentrated, all dragging over each other. You can see paths where something was drug, you know, before, and then something came over it again. And wood lays all about.
And the wood portions that are snapped off, like, underneath the deck framing, are those, I'm assuming they're covered in the, like, smelly sand?
Hi, Grandpa. Thank you.
Hydrate. Well, I don't. Wait, I have some cookie. A little left.
Boop. Why is it putting both my hands up? Boop, 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 boop.
Grandpa, help me. I'm being set in a horror setting
No
and I have no idea
help.
what's happening.
You're not a team of researchers, you're one lone geologist.
Well, this is perplexing. Okay, so whatever it is strong enough to snap. Are these? I'm assuming these are like standard construction, like 2x4s.
Yeah. They're fairly old. This cabin was built like 80 years ago.
But they don't look like notably rotted. Like
No,
they've
they
been
were
snapped by
covered with
force.
stain, so they were protected from the water. Something definitely broke them. Is there a square around your mouth? It's funny. It makes my mouth really big and puts it in weird spot, like.
This is very funny. Does it look like it was a sort of blunt snapping? I mean, the nails are bent, not sheared, so it wasn't an incredible amount of sudden force. It was like it's not like a sharp clean break. Is it just like a shatter?
Less a shatter, more snapped. Like something applied a lot of force to them until they gave out. The
Can I tell
square
if there
edge.
was like a progressive direction for it? Was it like inwards or to one side of the cabin or the other?
It was mostly around your front door, and they were broken in all different directions. You can't tell how they were facing before they were taken off of your porch. But they're all snapped in half, and the square edges have been like crushed down.
This is something quite heavy. Or at least it could, I mean, it would either have to be quite heavy and slow or fairly strong. Something was dragged around.
Hi, Bob. Forgot to say hi, I think.
Across the whole rest of the beach, is there any indication that something was like dragged around or crap was moved?
Only around like 50 feet of your cabin. But the drag marks surround it.
Okay, so something either does not appreciate me or the house I'm living in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take another look at these Viking ruins. Are any of the stones displaced? Any of the like collapsed boulders?
Nope. No difference in the ruins. Whatever's messing with your cabin hasn't touched them.
Pre-planned collective daydreaming. More like, uh, I'm trying to figure out what in the world is going on, and Arzi has the entire answer sheet, and I'm clueless.
Yeah. He has to be smart and clever. He has to be wise.
That may not go so well. I guess we'll find out.
I suppose we will.
Okay. Is there any one of these structures that seems like it's even semi-intact, or are they all pretty dang well falling apart?
They're mostly all fallen apart given their age. However, the ring of stones that would have formed the base of the house is still in place.
There's really not much of these left. Okay.
Some stones are lighter than others. They seem to have been cut from the lighter stone of the cliffs around, whereas other stones have been cut from the black stone of the beach.
Guess I'm gonna go ahead and grab a relatively light, maybe like a somewhat more heavy stone, and like take it back towards the cabin and like break samples off and do the acid testing and maybe warming them up and seeing if weird stuff happens. Maybe dip them in take them down to the beach and dip them in at some point.
What kind of stone do you grab? The light ones or the dark ones?
I'll go ahead and grab one of both.
Okay. You grab medium-sized stones from each. The lighter ones are seemingly much more worn down over time, though. You take them back to your cabin and set them down on your table, the one you've been using for research. It's about 4 in the afternoon at this point.
I haven't eaten lunch. I'm gonna have me some dinner, and then I guess we'll start primarily just with seeing.
Hi, Hasriel. Hi, Hatsune Miku.
I am not Hatsune. I swear I've got to change this model's colors somehow.
Blue hair, blue eyes, hiding in your Wi-Fi.
I'm also not Neuro. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to. Maybe I'll just go like Bink or something. I don't know. Blue is my favorite color though, so I kind of don't want to move away from it. At least not fully. Um, yeah, I guess I'm gonna have a quick snack and then get a really small sort of fire going. Do the acid testing. Maybe try to hew a couple pieces off of both of the stones and see if like their internal structures are remarkably different. I would presume they would be, because one probably came from the mountains and one is from the beach.
So, doing them one after the other, starting with the black stone, it behaves exactly like the other black stones you found all over the place. Very minimal amount of foaming. Doesn't really do much when exposed to heat. And, grinding pieces off, it behaves just like the sand you find around. Not the bad smelling sand, but just the normal black sand. However, the white stone, much weaker, and it behaves very foamy and reactive when you pour the acid on it. In heat, it dries out very fast and becomes brittle, and then turns black. Also, when you break open the stone, you see on the inside there's layers, and like it's sedimentary rather than igneous.
If they came from the mountains, I suppose that's to be expected, but I guess it depends on the mountain range, because I would also... Is there a volcano anywhere nearby, or is this
A
like a
long,
tectonic plate
inactive one.
upsqueeze mountain range?
A long, inactive one many miles away. It erupted many thousands of years ago, leaving the black stones here. However, at that same part of time, this area of the world was underwater, which you would believe is where the cliffs came from.
Area was underwater 4 to 500 years ago. We have an active volcano a few miles away. Sedimentary stones from the mountain range. Now, the lighter stones are from the mountain range. They're not like beach stones.
From the surrounding cliffs. There's a dip in the cliffs that leads to the forest, which is how you got down here. The stone on the cliffs is a yellowy white kind of color. Very contrasted to the surrounding black.
If I take... I'm gonna go around the stones that have like the smelly sand crap and try to like collect some of that layer into a little blob. And I'm gonna use this little like light fire I've got to like dry it out and see if I can't like maybe dry it out while also holding it under one of the like larger, slightly heavier stones and see just to see if it like solidifies into anything of note, or maybe the stuff melts, or I don't know.
After doing that, you now have a small pile of dry sand and mud powder. It smells noticeably better.
Suppose I probably should have expected that. I'm just trying shit at this point.
Hi, learning
So
Shima. Well, you are a geologist.
the mud powder, I'm gonna try to like separate the sand from the mud, I guess, at least as best I can with my like tools and maybe some dissolving and stuff.
You use a small sieve to separate the sand chunk from the mud powder.
Yeah, this is a tool a geologist would have. See, this is a problem. I'm not a geologist. I don't know what tools they have normally. So I separate the mud out. Is it like? Does it seem noticeably similar to the terrain around the like sand mud transition boundary near the forest?
Much more like the stones around the forest rather than the stones on the beach. The sand and mud are of a much lighter color.
Okay, so the sand is from some area of the nearby ocean bed that has not been covered over by shit from the volcano.
I penned the message so people know what we're doing.
I'm trying to solve a mystery and also not die.
Yeah. His life may hang in the balance.
I might be too stupid. We're gonna find out. I don't really know what the significance of geography is where it's at.
Maybe you can study the map in the cabin. Not that it shows much.
Yeah, it seems like it's maybe a little basic because it was made a long time ago.
Yeah.
We could see what it says. I don't know if it'll mention anything about areas that were poured over from the volcano or something. I guess, yeah, if I want to see if there's like really notable terrain differences, like the forest boundary, or maybe the beach has shifted in a direction or something since the map was made.
While the cliffs are noticeably more eroded than they had been when the map was made, there are very few differences.
To be expected. I wouldn't like think there'd be too much change in what, like 100 years since this was made. Geology doesn't work very quickly on that time scale. Is there any indication that, like, well, if the cliffs are more eroded, that is what you said, right? I'm not forgoing something. The cliffs were much more eroded than in the map, maybe, but that was kind of about it.
Yeah. which is to be expected with the amount of rain and snow this area gets.
There's a lot of water movement, and sheer cliffs are not exactly stable.
And the trees are kind of farther back away from the cliffs because they can't really grow on it to hold them together.
A tree does not grow in rock. Hmm. So it's also not unexpected that the rocks react very differently, because one is a sedimentary and calcium is kind of a natural part of that. So
There's a large amount of calcium in the white rocks.
so much so that it would seem to make up like a majority of their content.
Mm-hmm. Almost like a limestone. The rain is starting to pick up as time is passing. Calcites. Okay, I'm just looking up how limestones form. I would hope a geologist knows this, but I'm not a geologist. So, okay. Mm-hmm.
This is the part where my lack of depth of knowledge in this is going to probably be biting me.
Thank you, 42.
I 40. Huh. I don't really have time to go make a new shelter or prop a bunch of rocks up. Would I have been sent out here with like a little like camping tent or something in addition to maybe the cabin, or am I just not? Did I just not think to bring that?
Your bosses have determined the cabin would be enough shelter.
Cheapskates.
Well, you are geologists. Y'all don't make much.
Yeah. Tuck is dead. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Not yet.
I ain't dead yet. Play with rocks all day. That's what I'm gonna.
That's his
I just don't.
job. He's been quite dutiful with it.
The rocks naturally are going to get smaller as we get closer to the beach because of the erosion.
Mm-hmm.
So if
He really
I guess
is.
it would make. It doesn't make sense that. Well, the Viking ruins are a softer rock, so they're going to wear out much faster, which explains why those are pretty much toast as compared to all the stones on the beach, which are igneous. They're much harder. Okay, well, I'm going to grab. Oh, it started to rain. I don't want to go outside and get like fucking hypothermia or some shit. I was.
A quick run to the ruins might not be that bad. You'll only be out a few minutes. Of course, you also don't want to slip and fall.
It's also probably getting fairly dark at this point.
Mm-hmm. You have a few minutes of low light left before darkness takes its grip.
gonna go bring the flashlight and I guess go out to. What would I be going over there for? I'm thinking like grab stones to shore up the porch, at least for now, but they're probably not much stronger than the wood that's been destroyed.
What items do we have? A flashlight, a saw, and geologist tools.
And a
Also,
watch apparently that can set alarms.
a bunch of food. Yeah, you also have your watch. It's like a fancier, like, diver watch, so it's waterproof and set alarm on it, etc., etc.
Okay, well, I guess for now, I'm gonna go ahead and hobble over to the ruins. I'm not gonna be like running, but I'm gonna be like swift walking. I'm gonna bring my flashlight. Once it gets too dark to really see very well, I'm gonna go ahead and use that. Grab a couple relatively large stones and like hob one under one arm and another under the other, and then like hobble over to the front porch and then like use those to shore up the porch to keep it from like collapsing or something.
Okay. You spend a few hours doing that. The fish are going crazy at this time, too. Maybe the rain is making them want to feed. Just a lot of water splashing around farther out.
I think I'd end up as fish food. I'm thinking I might soon too. That's interesting. Okay, so it's storming. We have no moonlight. Why are the fish going nuts? Okay, so I'm gonna.
It's now entirely dark. And the rain is quite heavy. But
I'm gonna go
you
just like snab a bunch of like small branches or something and like tie them around the end of a relatively larger stick. I'm gonna make myself like a little torch thing.
it's much
I'm
too
gonna,
wet to make a torch that'll stay, like, working.
if it's, I could put it on. I have a covered portion of the porch. I would hope at least I took my firewood inside, knowing that it's raining, or I'd be dumb.
You did. However, the rain does go up onto the covered part of the porch. The wind blows it on, so the whole outside of the house is soaked.
Dang it. Okay. I guess I'm gonna sit around and analyze these rocks a little bit. What time is it?
It's about 10 o'clock. It's been night for a little bit. The rain is going heavily. And you have a line of stones around your porch.
Yeah, I gotta keep it from collapsing. Um. Well, I guess I'm gonna mess with the stones from the ruins and compare them with some of the other rock samples I've got and just try to identify other properties. They don't react to heat. They're already cold. Hydrochloric acid tells me there's much more calcium in them. The crap from the smelly beach is from an area that more closely resembles the cliffs. I guess I'm farther from the volcano than those cliffs are. Am I farther from the volcano than the cliffs?
The the volcano is many miles away.
Oh, it's a long distance. Okay.
Yeah.
What other properties can I define? I'm gonna try to. I think at least for now I'm gonna sit here trying to nail down the different contents of the rocks. I mean, I know the ones from the ruins are primarily calcium. I gotta figure out what the ones from the like the igneous stuff is.
Mm. The igneous stones are very brittle, much like a obsidian type rock, but not quite obsidian. It's not very glass-like. It's got a dull luster to it. But the outside of them is much more reactive to acid than the inside, as you found out by pouring acid on a powder of them.
That would kind of make sense considering. Yeah, no, obsidian is like a very well, it can get really sharp depending on how you break it, but it's not super strong. It is someplace in Scandinavia.
Scandinavia is very hard to spell.
Yes, I think this is the part where I'm like largely out of ideas. So in the interest of not taking 3 hours trying to come up with something, I guess I'm gonna sleepage.
Mm. You lay it down, you let the fire drift off. But tonight is different. You're awoken by a loud snap, and your door is starting to hang open. You feel the cold air, and there's an absolutely abhorrent smell drifting into the cabin. The rain is still going heavily.
Does it sound like there's a whole bunch of like fish flopping? Like, so they still going crazy out there as best I can tell?
You can't hear it. The rain is much too hard.
Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna shine a flashlight at the door. Maybe like just peek through the window.
You see many pinpricks of light like you did the other night through the window, but nothing out the doorway. The wind has taken your door and forced it wide open. Chunks of wood up from the now broken off doorknob are strewn about the floor.
This is what we call problematic. These are some. I don't want to say it's crazy shear line winds. The whole thing would probably blow away before the winds got that crazy. You're not gonna get the deposit back. No, probably not. I feel like I'm missing something that's right in front of me. I guess. Can I see if there's crap being like drug around by wind? Maybe just like kind of walk up to the door, hopefully without getting blown away, and see if there's like big old stones or some giant fish monster dragging big stones around.
As you look outside, you notice the crushed doorknob laying on the ground. A whole half of your porch has now been crushed as well. And the stones that you laid in front of it are now pushed down into the ground, kinda. There's fresh mud and sand and fresh drag marks going out away from your cabin towards the back of it.
Well, that's odd. The rocks that have been like squished down into the sand, have they been like powderized in this? Like they've been completely pulverized, or have they just been like sunk into the sand?
Sunk down.
Regardless, it's well, I'm assuming the porch is also toast then, because they were holding that up.
Half of it has been crushed. The wood seems like it had too much weight on it and just gave up. The other half is fine, however. There's scrapes of seagrass all over the place and a terrible smell.
Um, there's. Do I go look at the thing, try to catch a looky-see? I feel like that's a bad idea. Okay, we're just gonna send her because I'm out of ideas. We're gonna just like peek around the corner and like be shining the flashlight off towards the woods and use the backscatter to try and take a look at this.
So are you shining your light?
Like off towards the woods, like parallel to the wall of the building, and then I'm gonna like try to use the backscatter from the forest to see if it lights anything up.
Here, let me draw you a quick picture. So you like know what your area looks like.
RZ Doodle incoming.
Oh Lord. This is a very simplistic doodle. Okay, let's put download. Put an inside chat for you. Okay, the blue part is the ocean, the black part is the black beaches you're on, the brown part in the middle is the cabin. It's facing towards the cliffs, like your door is towards the cliffs with the back part towards the ocean. Okay. And that more yellowy part with the green on it is the cliffs. Hi, Na.
Okay, and then this bit in the middle must be where I got to the cabin from.
Yeah, that's the little dip in the cliffs. I'll
The ravine.
I'll allow you to study that for a minute while I do my hydrate and go to the bathroom and be right back.
Stupid. No, why you
Kiss.
mean?
Mwah.
First RZ and now you? I can't believe this. RZ's model is doing a silly dance over here. Okay, so we have there's like ruins over here somewhere, and then igneous rocks across the whole thing. Stone cliffs for calcium, limestone mainly. That makes sense. Probably locking in on the wrong thing.
Alright. Alright, quick one. Alright. What would you like to do?
Okay, so if this thing's gone around to the back, I'm just gonna go point the light at the ocean real quick and see if the fish are going nuts.
You can see drag marks going all the way to the water. However, you can't tell if there's any extra splashes because the rain is falling into the water so hard. There are many pinpricks of light reflecting from your flashlight, however.
I'm gonna get like half the distance between the current shoreline at high tide and the cabin and just see if I can't make out fishy nonsense.
Nothing new happens as you get closer.
How much of a rut is in this drag track? Is it like denoting a really heavy object that's like leaving a multiple inch drag across the sand, or
This, something extremely heavy went over it. Almost as heavy as your mother, perhaps.
a classic? So it's already fucked off, but well, I didn't check the other side. I'm gonna turn around and shine the light at the cabin. See the back of it.
Only the same wetness on the wall, the streams of seagrass, and some of that mud and the foul smell.
What time is it?
It's about 3 a.m.
So my door just got blown off about 3 a.m. on day 3. That's kind of a problem.
Hydrate, thank you, Nightshade.
How stiff are the winds? Is it like
Not
just
safe for kite usage. They're very fast, but wouldn't like push over a truck or something. You'd be safe
Probably
to go
good,
out in them.
probably a good 20, maybe 25 knots then. That's a good stiff wind.
Good strong storm wind.
That's nowhere near enough to do any damage to the wood cabin at least, not on its own. The crap that damaged the door is the same crap that destroyed half the porch for unknown reasons.
Hmm.
I'm assuming I have to wait like several more days or something before a truck from the research company comes by to pick me up or something.
Yeah. You're on day 3 and you have about 5 more days there.
Oh, great. Okay. And my
You're quite motivated to finish your research expedition, as you will be fired and homeless if you go home without this data.
fixing to get squished under whatever the hell this is, though. Interesting. Okay. Well, my shelter is only about half usable now.
Hmm. I know you could put like a rock or something to keep the door closed. Or try to nail it shut, but you don't really have nails, only a collection of hammers for breaking rocks.
And there's the busted, like, bent nails, but they're not going to be too good unless I can straighten them out. That'll take a while.
Hmm.
And then I have to get them back out again, open the door anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so kind of wish I had hand tracking because I'm doing the most royal of face palms right now. I don't understand.
Well, Grandpa, that would help if something was still there, but I think he'd just die. He wouldn't even
Yeah,
take anything with him.
it wouldn't really remove any problems.
We need
Yes,
to survive. Yeah, that's kind of the point. And the name of the stream is Will My Mod Survive?
I'm not doing so hot so far, I don't think. I don't have like much of any clue as to what this could be. I don't know if this thing is going to visit multiple times in one night. I know it's visited at 3 a.m. this night. I haven't ever caught it beforehand. It seems like it's slowly moving inwards. From the first night this happened, the rocks when they got moved around, was it all the way around or just the
Yeah, all the way around.
okay. Run screaming and loud as you can so rescue personnel can hear you.
You're
I'm supposed to
much
wait
too
like
far
another
away
five
from a
days.
city. And you can always leave if you absolutely have to. I'm sure your boss would understand. However, if you don't have a good enough reason, well, let's just say you're currently working for the only geologist company in your country, so good luck getting a job after.
This is quite peculiar. Well, regardless, I should probably saunter back into the cabin so I'm not getting soaked. guess I'll take one of them rocks and hobble the door shut. I'm gonna tune to the radio and then see how many more days they expect this weather cell to be going on for.
Hmm.
Maybe I'll take another look at the map as well and see if they notate any cave areas.
Turning on the radio and gazing upon the map. Nothing new sticks out on you on the map. It covers about a mile area around you with no caves or structures or anything sticking out. And the weatherman has claimed that the storm cell will be continuously moving through the area for, about another week. So you're gonna have to deal with this your whole time here.
Okay.
It's moving from east to west, so along the side of the cabin.
Huh. Just kind of didn't give a shit about the stones on the porch. Just kind of squished them. Any of the igneous stones get like pulverized or crushed in, or were they just kind of like brushed out of the way?
They were in whatever this was way until they weren't. It didn't care at all. It just went right through him. They're not broken, but
They've just been sinking into the ground. Okay.
yeah. As the weaker topsoil and sand beneath the rocks, wet as it was, deformed.
Maybe I'm overthinking things. All right, let's see. What do we know? Do we know something is dragging a very heavy something? I've got information about stones that is not likely to be relevant. Maybe it is. Got calcium cliffs and then like igneous stones around the cabin. Whatever this is also slowly eating the place. Or running over it, rather, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely comes from the sea like I expected. Probably coming from the sea bed. The fish go crazy not long before it gets here for some reason.
A few hours
Although
before.
that might be a weather pattern.
There is much rain falling into the water. Could have been fish splash, could have been rain.
And why only circle and squish the cabin and nothing else? Save for the cabin, it's just a big flat old beach the whole way down as far as I can see, right?
Yeah, before it ends in more cliffs. The beach is a few miles across of black stone before the cliffs like urge back in to become a sheer drop off into the water, ending the lower beach area.
Okay, so I've got like a bay style thing going on.
Yeah.
It is the only thing on the beachhead that is not rock and stone.
It was
Aside from
also
me, I guess.
undamaged when you got here, aside from
Makes
just being
sense.
old. Though there is driftwood
Those
about.
those Viking ruins, were they? They don't seem like they were pushed over or crushed. Like they didn't topple sideways. Were they like their roof just kind of fall out from the center because of their shape and the corrosion?
The base of the houses were made of the black stone in larger chunks held together with mud and some grass. However, above that was made of chunks of white stone cut out from the cliffs. The roofs, as far as you could tell, used to be straw or something, or thatch, but had long ago rotted. The houses have collapsed, but you can't tell if it's from rain, natural erosion, their own weight, or if something pushed them.
It's been too long. Um, what else could I possibly glean from studying rocks? I know generally their contents. The dark stone is like an igneous obsidian, which makes sense. The other stuff is like a calcium limestone, which is fairly rapidly eroding because of all the rainfall around here. And there's a forest kind of nearby, like it's like a deciduous cliffs area. I will set. I'm gonna go take a nappy nap and set an alarm on my watch for like 5 a.m.
Just before the sun would rise.
Yes.
I imagine you prop the door closed with a rock or something.
Yeah, we're gonna take one of them stones that got kind of squished into the sand and just use that.
Cut. You do so, going to sleep. Small amount of wind blowing in from the hole where the doorknob used to be. Nothing else eventful happens. The rain slows down as the sun starts coming up, and your alarm goes off, waking you up.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have a little brekkie meal. Then we're gonna. I've probably come close to exhausting my firewood. I'm gonna go ahead and refresh some of that.
So you set off with the saw to get firewood?
I'm gonna have a look around and just see how much of the scenery has changed since I had a look see at about 3.
Well, there's no new drag
There's
marks or anything. You're like facing the cabin, the right portion of the porch is shattered, absolutely crushed. Past that, there's no new damage. Your doorknob has also been crushed, and there's mud all over it. Basically, it doesn't seem nothing else has visited since you've gone to sleep.
be the same. So we have mud and fine green sand. The doorknob was probably the only protrusion from the front of the cabin out onto the porch area, and that's covered primarily in mud instead of sand.
Yeah. The sand wouldn't grip onto it as well, though, given it
Yeah,
was smooth metal. There are large dents in it, though, all around it. Not like something heavy laid on it.
Almost like it was like grabbed and crushed.
Yeah, there's dents all around the like circle knob.
If I like pick this up and like kind of like brush off the mud and then like roll my fist around the outside of the dents, can I find like a pattern that maybe like matches my hand sort of when I like squeeze it real tight?
It's a steady line. It's very thick, about an inch and a half across of indentation. However, there's no pattern other than it being a straight line that wraps around.
So this is like a contiguous dent of the same depth, or like it varies all over the place?
Same depth all around. Only a
What,
couple millimeters deep.
based on how it was laying in the ground, would that be like just the part that was in the squished area?
No, it was in an unsquished area.
Okay, so the handle was presumably damaged separately, which is neat.
There's also a large amount of mud on your door. Bits of sand inside of the mud.
You have crafted quite the mystery here. I'm kind of struggling to come up with things to try here.
I'd
This
urge
is
you to
why
experiment. The more you learn, the better. Because it seems like whatever this is learning alongside you.
well, it's gonna be probably rainstorming overnight again, so I can't do like torches or any nonsense. What can I possibly do with rocks? You might even be barking up the wrong tree. The drag marks, they like go to the cabin, around the cabin, and then back to the sea. It doesn't go anywhere else.
No.
Okay, so it doesn't give. It really doesn't care about the forest at all, or the beach, or the other structures on the beach, only the occupied structures on the beach.
He's getting smarter.
So presumably, even if I were to move locations to the ruins and build up like a little stone hut and hold it up with duct tape and bubble gum, it'd probably just show up there instead. Do I have like an axe or just like a little handsaw for like wood handling?
Just the handsaw.
Great. Okay, so it would take like more than the one day I have to make another thing out by the woods.
But can you confirm or deny the statement made within chat?
Hmm. I will say it depends on the type and leave it there.
Hey, yo.
um, okay, so I want to try moving location. Let me examine the cliffs to see, like, within maybe a half mile of either direction, if there's any sort of, like, unmarked caves off the map or something.
So you'd like to walk the cliffs for a few miles?
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of go either direction for a good ways and just see if there's, like, a cave or an incropping that I could maybe, like, take the stones from the ruins and, like, prop them up in a rudimentary shelter structure or something with a overhang from stone or something.
No caves. There are large stones that have fallen off of the cliff after they broke off, but they're much too big for you to move them.
Proper boulders.
Yeah.
What to do? What to do? So I don't think doing that is really gonna help anything, especially if I'm not gonna be in the building. I was thinking maybe I could like take stones from the ruins and like start piling up in front and maybe around parts of the cabin, but if it's been shearing structural wood, just surrounding it in rocks isn't really gonna do anything, especially if I'm gonna try to like not be there around 3 a.m. Might
Hi.
make a difference regardless. What do I spend the day doing? Um,
very interesting question. You know, you never went out and got that wood like you said you were gonna do this morning.
Yeah, we do need to do that. So I guess we'll start there. And then I guess I'm going to be comparing the woods around here. I'm presuming at least the rocks around here are going to be largely like a limestone-ish stuff instead of the igneous crap on the beach.
Hmm.
You have mouth eyes.
Glad you finally caught on.
I'm sat here staring at the map and trying to like engage the thinker.
So going out into the woods, you notice there's much more water around. Rainwater has been pooling. There's mud everywhere, as if it's been recently disturbed. Still wet, and there's heavy drag marks here too. And new trees have been felled, also covered in mud. Perhaps they were pushed over when their roots were in weak mud and then strong wind hit them, or perhaps not. Either way, you collect your wood.
Okay, so now freaking what? I'm gonna go. Well, that water is gonna be absolutely freezing cold. I can't really go in it. Is the lake, or I guess ocean front, like relatively clear water, at least out to a distance? Or is this like
Yes,
turbulent?
it's
Okay, it is.
very dark blue farther out. However, it's very clear and nice close up. Farther out, it's a white crested waves.
As the sea does. I presume then I can see maybe some remnants of track marks lining up on the beach and then partially under the water up to a distance.
The water has been so turbulent recently. The drag marks end where the water would have been last night. Any other drag marks
Yeah,
have
that
been
tracks.
washed away already.
Erosion be a hoe. No hints there. As near as I can tell, the is it like the coarser sand on the beach as far as I can like reasonably see into the water, or does it like transition to like a finer sand muddy nonsense?
Uh, it's the black sand going a few feet into the water. However, there's a more muddy, finer, lighter layer that mixes into it going towards the deeper water.
Hmm. I already kind of knew it was coming from the sea. I know it's. I don't know if that's terribly useful knowledge. Uh, that that's useful either. Just like building another structure to occupy probably isn't gonna be doable in one day anyway. I can't think of much else. I don't know. Sure, we'll go ahead and. How many stones are over there by the favorite gas station pizza? Fuck Rindos. Hey man,
Yo, Cybox,
why you
what
gotta
the
be so
fuck,
mean?
guy? I'm gonna tell Fillion you said that. Oh, wait. Don't tell Gray I said that. Oh, fucking gas station pizza. There's a gas station that was locally owned in the town I grew up in that had really good pizza. But now I don't know. I don't buy pizza from gas stations.
Gas station pizza is generally not great.
I prefer not to have stomach worms and AIDS.
Alright, so if I go over to the Viking ruins, how many stones do we have? Is there enough that I could like pile a bunch of up in like a smallish kind of like stone square?
Uh, where would you pile them? There's about 4 or 5 destroyed houses. So, it's probably about 100 medium-sized blocks. You could only carry like 2 at a time if you're absolutely pushing yourself. 1 at a time would be strainful but not leave you injured. Given your advanced age.
I'm old. Why you? Frick you.
You're not old, you're like 40. Still not good for your body to carry that much weight.
No, probably wouldn't be. Canon age 40. Don't do this to me.
Yep. You got a few graying hairs.
I don't even. Oh, what do you mean? I'm debating the sanity of the idea of trying to rebuild one of these Viking hut igloo things and use a crap load of freaking like leaves from the forest and like make a new like roof thing. Probably wouldn't work too well because I can't.
Keep in mind, it is about noon.
Oh, half the day's already gone too. That's not happening.
With the amount of time you've spent looking around and thinking and collecting wood, you only have like 8 hours of light left, just about. Thank you, Nightshade. Cramp on him in your will. It's summertime, but you don't get a lot of light at this part of the world.
It's pretty northward, makes sense. Man. What can I learn or do with the stones other than just like align them in a wall across the dragged path? I don't even know if it takes the same path to the house each night because I haven't observed it yet.
The drag marks are generally in the same area leading from the water to the cabin.
Okay. It would probably just go around them, but I don't know that. Shit, I only have like half a day. I'm gonna take a stone at a time and just make like a Well, I don't have anything for reasonable foundation. It just doesn't really matter that much. I'll just pile them up like 3 or 4 high. Well, how tall are these? Is this like
It's like
6 by 6?
mostly a foot tall.
Oh, these are some big blocks. Okay.
That's why I said, you know, don't hurt yourself trying to carry too many.
Yeah, I guess we'll lug them over one at a time and make like a 3 or 4. We'll go with a 4 high wall across the drag marks, and then any remaining stones, I'm gonna go ahead and add. All the damage to the house so far has been on the front portion thus far, yes?
Yes.
Okay, well, I guess I will also like start moving some to like stack them up in like a sort of perimeter around the front of the house, like 3 or 4 high, as many as I can manage to get before it becomes dark or something.
You can build a wall about 3 high, covering the front entrance to your house and the crushed portion of the porch before night sets in and the rain kicks back up.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna have some dinner and then set my alarm for. I'm gonna go with 2 a.m.
Okay.
And I guess given that it's gonna be cold and I may or may not need to run a bunch tonight, I'm actually gonna go ahead and have like an extra hearty dinner and then make the place as warm as possible. Maybe like take some leaf branches from all the wood that I have and like break them off and like kind of like shove them in the gap in the door to like seal off the wind a little.
Okay.
And then I guess go eat until about 2 a.m.
Sleeping. Sleeping. Falling. Dreaming. uh, Shortly before your alarm goes off, there's a clattering outside the door. The rain is loud, but being in such a close proximity, you can very clearly hear the stones falling over.
Great.
Light wood snapping. And
All right.
the lightest
Well,
of
I'm gonna.
creaks upon the door.
Great, it's already there. I don't have another doorway out. There is a window on the other side. How big is that?
Uh, you wouldn't fit through it.
Ah, of course. Okay.
Falls over and passes out.
If I shine the light at the door, do I see like mud coming through the seams or something?
The door has yet to move. The rock is still holding it in place. However, there's something on the outside. You can definitely hear that much. Your door does open inward.
Yeah, that's great. Okay. I'm gonna, I guess, brace the door and then shout through it like, how fuck? What do I even say? Does it even speak? Does it even recognize? Uh, Who are you? What do you want?
You sit in front of the door and yell that.
I'm gonna like be bracing the door and kind of like I'm gonna try to feel out if it's about to like snap or something, and then be like, "Yo, who are you? What do you want?"
There's a loud, wet slap right outside the door. Some wood creaking, and then stones being pushed out of the way very desperately and fast. Moving away from the cabin.
Very interesting. I'm gonna like kick the stone out of the way real quick and try to like throw the flashlight at where I think the sound is coming from, like the leaving sound.
Well, the leaving sound is already on the side of the cabin.
Okay, well, I'm gonna
To
try to chase this thing and at least get a look at it.
dashing outside and try not to slip and bust your ass on the wet wood. You see the stones have all been pushed over towards the entrance of the cabin, and the deck is much worse for wear. There's very fresh mud all over the door and the deck. Ignoring that for now, you dash out to the side of the cabin to see something big and shiny going back into the water with large slaps.
Uh, Clearly, it understands speech or at least the presence of noise. I'm gonna like cover. I'm gonna try to cover half the distance between the shoreline and the cabin without tripping on rocks, and then be like, what am I gonna yell? Uh, I just screamed something like, "I don't mean any harm. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on." Like,
As you look out onto the water, yelling like a stupid person, many dots, many pinpricks of light that now seem to be under the water seem to stare back at you.
it's just the rock reflections, probably. Um, which the drag marks at least follow the path that I was going on?
Yes, you walk down the drag path, trying to follow the thing before it got into the water.
All right, and what about my like rudimentary wall along its original path? Has that been disturbed, or do you go around that?
Absolutely pushed over. It did not care at all.
Makes sense. It was kind of rudimentary and weak, but interesting that it takes the same path. Is that like parallel with the wall of the thing?
Huh?
Like, does that come in a straight line along like either the left or right side of the cabin and then circle to the door, or
Comes in a mostly straight line from the ocean around the side of the cabin towards the front, and it curves back around to get at your porch.
and I don't if I go back towards the cabin, I guess I don't see any marks that come from the forest. Like the only tracks I can see are from the ocean wall thing.
You're a little far away from your trail to the forest. It's a little hard to see from here, but you can walk out there and inspect.
Yeah, we'll go take a look see.
There is much more mud in the area you were going through yesterday. Large drag marks in the mud as well.
What?
Though these drag marks aren't accompanied by the same foul smell as the ocean ones. These ones smell much more like rotting plants. And also are without seaweed, but there is, torn up grass around it.
Okay, so we have the tracks from the ocean. Can I tell if they go like out towards the forest along with some tracks that come towards out from the forest towards the cabin, or is it like
Two separate
straight from the ocean
trails.
to the cabin? Two separate trails. Great. I have two problems.
The tracks from the forest go deeper into the forest but disappear in the rising water.
So we have water pooling out here along with mud that appears to be like coalescing into a mud monster. And then we have a mud monster that comes from the ocean, but the paths don't meet. Near as I can tell, the forest tracks, they don't really come
They
like
don't
towards the cabin up to a
extend
point.
past where you collected wood from yesterday. Thank you, V8.
What the? Okay, so they stop around the point that I delved into the forest to gather firewood or whatever.
Yeah, there's a large amount of mud and drag marks where you were collecting wood.
Okay, so my continued presence here is the problem, so it would seem. Something is interested in at least. What?
I'd also like to note this mud is lighter than the dirt around it, but much darker than the mud you found from the ocean drag marks. It seems to be normal dirt instead of sedimentary sand. However, it's quickly washing away and mixing with the other mud around it.
Okay, well, that note leads me to believe that I need to collect a little bit of it. I don't know what good a little thing of mud is gonna do me, but yeah, maybe I'll find something. Maybe it's like a clay or some other different type of sediment that's coming from somewhere else in the forest. I guess I don't even really. Sure, I'll throw some like in a little fold up in the raincoat or something, like the little lighter sediment that's seems like it's come from someplace else.
Okay.
Uh, and then I'm gonna go to the areas where I had previously collected wood from and see if there's like large disturbances there too.
But no.
Just the previous day.
There are more pinpricks of light in the water. However, it might just be your flashlight reflecting off the water droplets and various strewn about shiny stuff that's soaking wet currently.
I just turned the flashlight off real quick, and I'm almost positive that'll confirm that that's probably just the flashlight.
It is pitch black.
Yeah, okay, that's just the flashlight. So we'll go ahead and turn that back on, and then the fuck do I do? Just go back to the cabin? Like, it only seems to be interested in areas where I spend a bunch of time. Except that is not necessarily true because if I hobble over like in the direction like towards the like old Viking ruins, there's no disturbances over there.
Nope. Perhaps there were drag marks, but they're very faint now. They'd at least be a day old. However, they do run the whole length from the cabin to the ruins. So whatever it was would have followed the trail instead of popping out of the water at the ruins.
How very interesting. Um, I don't know what to do with this information yet. Okay, I guess. I mean, it's still nighttime and it's probably storming pretty good.
And you are quite tired. You've
I
hardly
probably,
slept.
I'm gonna just go like take a bite or two of a snack and then just like take some of the stones inside and secure the door with more than just the one and then go to bed.
Okay. You lay about 3 stones. That's about as many as you can fit in front of the door. You have like a can of soup and then you lay down to sleep.
And then I guess we'll just set the alarm for 7 a.m.
Laying back down at about 1:30 in the morning with your alarm set for 7. You're woken up again. It's still dark outside. This time there's slaps on the wall of the cabin. Multiple on every side.
Oh, fucking great.
The rain is much heavier now.
I feel like I have missed something, and this is likely very not good.
The slaps are very hard. They're very powerful, shaking the walls of the cabin. And they're slowly working around towards the front.
I mean, I scared him off the first time by yelling. Is that gonna work when it sounds like there's more than one of these fucking things? They're not yet to the door. but it's going to take me a minute to remove 3 heavy stones from the door and try to outrun them. And that's assuming I'm faster. I guess I'm gonna like throw a bit of wood on the fire real quick and like try to get it to heat up a whole bunch. And then I guess I'm just gonna scream like, "Oi, what the fuck?"
Doing so pauses the slaps. You feel the slap come down onto the house and stop when you yell. A few moments later, they continue, moving closer to the door. One hard slap lands on the wood and shifts the stones a few inches. It's much too dark outside for you to see what's out there, though.
I think I'm probably toast, chat. I'm not really too sure what to do here. Um, it pauses every time I speak. It got scared the first time. It doesn't seem too concerned this time. Doing face rub and I'm trying to engage the brain. Well, shit. I guess that fire's probably not going to light up instantly enough.
You can see well within the cabin, just not out.
Is there like a burning stick that I can like a decently sized log or something I can grab?
Well, they're in the potbelly stove, and it would probably burn you quite badly to reach in there and grab something.
Well, yeah, I didn't know if there was like part of the wood like sticking out of it that hadn't started burning yet.
That would be unsafe.
Okay. Um, it's at the door. I can't make it out the window. It's gonna get in soon. I guess I'm gonna say something like, "We both know we're here. What do you want?"
It slaps the door again, shifting it just another inch. For a very dark black protuberance, like inches its way inside. It curves around the wood of the door as if feeling it.
Okay, so it doesn't give a crap about the fact that I'm talking. It clearly doesn't either care to speak or understand speech, simply the presence of noise. Um, well, the whole room is lit, so it's probably not worried too much about light. Well, the door, it's probably shifting the stones with the door. If I just shove on the door and try to shore the stones up, does it react somehow?
As you push on the door moves before the stones, kind of slamming the little protuberance. between the wood of the door and the door frame. It reacts by constricting, crushing the wood of the door, as if it didn't like what just happened. However, it does seem to want to retract back outside.
Okay, well, I'm gonna like open the door up real quick, just enough to like relieve the pressure on it, and then try to close it as soon as the thing leaves.
Okay. Very quickly, faster than a blink of an eye, pulls the protuberance back outside. You hear many wet slaps and rocks very quickly shifting, and some very strange, like, honking, like a hurt kind of sound, but very wet and drowned out. Multiple of them as they move back down to the water.
What? Is that the sound freaking...
It's a very
can't be the sound
deep and guttural sound.
What? And the protuberance that I'm noticed, like, it didn't look like it was like a fin or something. Like it was just like a black sludgy thing that came through the door.
It looked somewhat shiny, very wet, almost like it was flesh, but it was black. Black and gray. And it was somewhat thick as well. About 1.5 inches in diameter. It was very powerful as to crush the wood of the door like that.
I'm not liking this, Chief. I didn't really make any torch style crap ready, and well, it's fucking probably pouring outside, so it wouldn't matter.
Yes.
I guess if it seems to have left the door alone, I'm gonna grab the flashlight and whip out there and see if I can't see this whole thing.
There's about 4 or 5 large drag marks from 4 or 5 individuals going back into the water, but they're already gone.
I am so cooked. What time is it?
It's about 4:15.
Okay, so the original visit is 1:30. They came back again about 2 hours later. Well, I guess 2:45. Um, we'll just call it 3 hours. Sunrise is probably what, like 6:30 a.m. or something like that?
7.
7. Okay. There is 3 hours for them to show up, but the transition from light should begin well before then, by about an hour. There's nothing that guarantees they don't just come back in another hour or something with like 20 of these fucking things. Knock my whole freaking thingy down. If I go out towards the woods, did any of those trails come from there, or does it seem like they all came from the ocean?
They all came from the ocean.
Is there any more like perturbant activity with the mud and stuff out here?
Nope. The mud in the forest hasn't changed aside from washing away with the rain.
Okay, so whatever it is really does not appreciate my continued visitation at this lodge thing. This shanty shack that is now falling apart. Or at the very least is curious that I'm here. Or like, but it only shows up when I'm sleeping. The first time it got scared off. The second time it showed up with a bunch of friends. I don't know. Like, IRL me would probably call this the point of no return. Like that's like 11 out of 10 creepy. That's not normal at all. There's no way to know if I go spend the night someplace else if they aren't just going to follow me there somehow. There's not even any other shelter that I can find. It would take more than one day to make a reasonable shelter. I probably would have had to start doing that days ago. And the shack probably isn't going to stand up to another night. This is what, day 3 or 4?
Day 4.
Day 4.
You still
So they're
have the
supposed to be back in
majority
like
of a
3 days.
week.
Majority of a week, oh my gosh.
Before your expedition is over and you're expected to start coming home. Nobody's coming out here for you. You drove here. Your car is parked on the ending of a road a few miles away through the woods.
I'm kind of curious if that's even still here, given that I spent, like, everywhere I seem to spend time, these things show up and destroy it. That's maybe worth checking real quick in the morning. It would probably take way too long to shore the stones back up. The stones don't make a difference on the exterior. There's nothing backing them on the interior to transfer the forces, so they're really not reinforcing anything. They're just adding weight to the floor. The wood of the door, how badly is that damaged? It's been crushed in at least one place now?
In the inch and a half span of the protuberance that got inside, that wood is crushed, but the door is otherwise alright. Aside from like the handle that got broken a few days ago.
Mm-hmm. You've cooked up quite the scenario here.
Mm-hmm. I like to do this stuff.
See,
Like,
this is where I'd be bouncing ideas off of somebody, but I'm alone in this case.
well, you would have had Macroween, but he canceled.
Ah, okay.
I can see you shaking in fright.
No, I'm bouncing my leg. I do that a lot when I'm like focused. I can't really reinforce the structure. Not enough to
Where's
withstand that
chat?
without. Maybe I could, but I don't know if it'll
Chat, you're not allowed to help him.
go sleep under the covers. Well, I was, and then they rolled up.
They rolled up.
Whatever the four of those freaking things were.
4 or 5.
4/5. Great. It could be more. Um, 4 or 5. How many of those Viking huts were there?
About 6.
Okay, well that was derailed real quick. Okay, what to do? What to do? Short term, my priorities, I guess, would be trying to reinforce the building somehow,
Mm-hmm.
but just laying stones against the side isn't gonna do anything. And I don't really have wood nails or anything to like put backing behind the stones on the inside or outside, nor do I have foundation for the exterior. Just piling stones up on the inside isn't going to do anything except create a wall that'll just fall over when they're slapped. Um, this is not looking good, Chief. Okay, so there's what by now probably like 2.5 hours or something to sunrise ish.
Yes.
Given that it's that close, I'm gonna go ahead and just risk throwing the stones against the door again, and maybe I'm gonna go ahead and like take a stone inside and just spend like 15-20 minutes like hewing it into a point that I can like a spike or something.
Oh, like Flint Nap?
Yeah, something like that. And then I guess just leave that kind of next to the bed and then try to sleep until the sun comes out.
Okay. Going to eat. You're awakened to the rising sun. Just a couple of hours later. Nothing else has changed around the cabin. You
Except
don't.
for the fact that the stones outside are probably in complete disarray now.
And you can go check.
Yeah, I haven't even been outside yet. We're gonna go ahead and unshore the door and then pop her open and see what the lay of the land looks like.
Looking outside, you can see many, many drag mark trails. As if the same thing went over it many times, or many things have been over this area. But aside from large splotches of mud running down the side of your cabin and all over your door, nothing else has been changed or damaged. The porch is still fucked, but not as bad as it could be. Other than that, no other changes.
This is a concerning problem. If that was day 4 / the morning of 5, and there were 4 or 5 of them, it stands to reason there might be more of them the longer I stay here. I would need. I mean, they obviously feel pain, and they're not. They might have been pretty unhappy about getting their protuberance pinched. But,
Protuberance
like,
pinched.
it didn't activate a fight response.
Chose to flee.
It fleed when I spoke, and it fleed when I heard it, albeit lightly.
It fleed when you spoke the first time.
The first time.
Afterward, it only paused.
I suspect if I use my spike thing on it, it will probably get significantly more violent. That may
Perhaps.
not even be its intention. I don't even know if these things understand language. They don't really seem to, at least at first glance. Okay, well, the first order of business, in order to, like, stay alive, I need to have some breakfast, and then I should probably go get some firewood.
Okay. And you are quite well stocked on firewood.
Okay,
But
so
you can still go.
I think what I might do. They went through the wall, they didn't really hang around it too much. And I did spend a fair amount of time trying to build that. They didn't seem to investigate it or care.
They might have, but you weren't awake during that when they went through it. You were awoken when they busted it down.
Yeah. it kind of takes a minute to walk a couple miles, so yeah, I would probably spend a fair chunk of the day just checking to see if the car was still there.
Hmm.
I don't know if it's a good idea. It would be good to know if that option's still, but I don't know if bringing them closer to that, if it is still there, is a good idea. Um, Learning about the stones hasn't really told me anything other than we have limestone and igneous obsidian, and that's kind of to be expected. The erosion increases closer to the shoreline, which is again to be expected. There isn't significant geological change. There's old ruins that probably fell over because they're old ruins. There's strange activity in the forest where the water has been pooling. There's strange activity from the ocean. And whatever it is seems to like hanging around where I've been for a while. It's maybe alive in the traditional sense. We know it at least probably feels some kind of pain response. It's gonna be torrential downpour rain. I can't even test fire. Well, probably not without burning the whole place down. On itself. Um, I feel like I'm missing a small but critical piece of this puzzle. There's something I feel like I'm missing.
Perhaps. Perhaps something that might endanger your life or save it.
If I go over to, well, it's been what, at least a day now since I was messing with stones at the ruins. Probably still a whole bunch. If I took some more stones and then I went ahead and brought them over to the house and I like rebuilt the like outer palisade wall, and then I went and grabbed some like reasonably sized sort of branches from forest wood and like staked them into the ground behind the first wall, then put up a second set of stones and then like wood staked behind those. I'm wondering if I can like build some kind of like double layer wall, but that's not going to stop them probably. You know, knowing how they seem to just delete the things and absolutely shutter the shack. The best it would do is slow them down for a while. Maybe they'd investigate it for a minute. Well, I wonder. Okay, so, yeah, if I set up like an outer wall of stones and then I like rebuild the wall of stones by the house, and then I like try to shore those up with some stakes that I drive into the sand, and then more stones behind those to like make some resistance against pushing movements. I can leave a simple wall for them to knock over and potentially wake me up, and then another wall that would be potentially harder to break through, assuming they don't just climb it. I feel like I'm too focused on just making defenses, though, and they're not even going to be effective ones.
Hmm.
But that also has absolutely nothing to do with geology, which probably plays some kind of central role to all this. I just don't know how.
While the geology angle might be important, I just also just want to pick a reason you would be in that area and not have that many useful skills or OP knowledge. It is still useful though.
Um, okay, so I think I'm gonna go ahead with the like sort of double layer palisades. Nice magnified eye, by the way.
Thank you.
Um, except there's not really going to be any large igneous rocks. It's just going to be like palm-sized ones, right?
There's larger sections of the igneous rocks, but not as big as the white, like, limestone bricks. I will say though, if you do build this wall, it's gonna take all day.
Like all day.
Probably be very close to nighttime by the time you're done.
And I wouldn't have any chance to rest. I get maybe a few hours. And that's assuming they show up at about 1 again.
Assuming. And that's also if you did nothing else that day. Your sleep is important.
How exhausted am I at this point? My sleep has been interrupted at least twice for the last, what, 2 days now?
You're on day 5, I believe, right? Because yesterday was day 4.
Yeah, I think it's day
So you're on
5.
day 5, and you've had interrupted sleep the past 3 nights. And you've been working very hard carrying heavy rocks for the past 2 days. And it's very cold out. You're using much more energy than you otherwise would.
Which completely. I had this idea I could just go somewhere else and spend a ton of time, and then maybe I just go do some rock experiments outside or something. Um, what even do I test? I know. Wow, big surprise! Limestone rocks are soft. Um, igneous rocks harder, except they're also brittle. I have like mechanical properties. I don't have temperature properties. They don't really do a whole lot. They're rocks.
They do tend to be, very boring as they are rocks.
I don't think that has too much to do with it. It's got to do, I think it has to do with where the water is pooling, but why? The forest seems to have, Does the forest have any more activity since last night? Or I guess since the night before that?
The water has deepened and expanded, but other than that, no.
There's no more additional mud trails. This crap only follows me where I go,
Yes.
but it always comes from water. At least so far. So I need to... What do I need to do? Save for not be here. The intentions of these monsters are effectively indiscernible at this point, other than, like, get to me. I don't really have a shovel, so I can't exactly dig a trench to drain this
Well,
water out in the
you have a
forest and see if it's
small
related.
shovel, but there is way too much water to drain out. Water has been pooling for multiple days in large amounts. The local lake has very much overrun, probably doubled in surface area.
So we're probably looking... How much more height do we have until it covers my path out of here?
Well, there's already a thin layer of water on the entire forest floor, but it's much deeper in some areas. You could trudge through it, but it would be very long, time consuming, difficult, and you'd likely lose your shoes. Maybe even
And you'd also
get a
be likely to
sprained
become
ankle.
hypothermic.
Yeah. And you probably wouldn't be able to take anything with you, except for like maybe a bag.
I remember at some point I had bagged the sludgy mud from the stuff that had moved around over here. If I go around to the house, I'm assuming there's a whole bunch of mud that's all over that. Does the mud, like the weird, like, clayish mud stuff, compare to the crap that's laid all over my door and walls?
No, not past being mud. In the forest mud, however, there's black, tiny twigs that have been waterlogged for many years. But there's no sand. There's tiny pieces of plants, though, which is not in the ocean mud.
Okay, so it's coming. I mean, it's just like picking up detritus from the surface of whatever it emerges from or like tracks through. This is the problem. I get into overanalysis paralysis and then I can't make up my mind. Uh, it's just not enough information. Other than being interested in me, I don't know what these things seem to want to do. And it seems like if I stay too much longer, the water might just come up to the path to the potential car that may or may not still be there. As if I go like up to the path, like by the cliff entrance in the ravine, like what is that look relatively clear?
And mostly, there's no drag marks on the trail you used to come here from the car, but it's very watery and muddy.
Quite sludged.
Yeah, like it's been underwater for a few days, which it has been, and currently still is.
I'm missing something, I know it, and I just don't know what it is. Uh, Even if I can make it so the outermost wall wakes me up and the shored wall slows them down, the best I can do is maybe catch a look at one of them, and then what? Do I just run? Like, it's the shack is not going to survive another night, probably. They've already screwed the door. They were shaking it around last night. There's too many of them to deal with.
What's your current objective? What do you want to do right now?
I need information about the intentions of these thingies, whatever they are,
Well, you know they've
or
tried very hard to find you and then get to you.
fuck it, we'll try something completely new. Um, I'm just gonna have a big old bit of food,
Okay.
and then I'm just gonna sleep until like 11 p.m., and then I'm just gonna be up all night, like learning about rocks and doing geology things until it seems until I have some evidence that they're out there.
Okay. So you don't get rocks or anything, you don't set the wall back up. I assume you block the door again, though.
Yeah, I might just spend an hour or two just like setting up an outer wall that's like 3 bricks high or something, just so they like knock it over while I'm up to be like, oh, they're out there.
Okay.
And then
So
after that, I'll probably just have a good old eat and sleep.
set up a thin wall near the front of the house. You sit down and have a good heavy dinner. Take a breather after these long few days. And what rock would you like to focus on? The black ones or the white ones?
There's lighter materials coming from the stuff these are leaving behind. Though the ocean, well, yeah, the ocean ones are coming from just beyond the boundary of the black ones, the igneous stones. The like transition, well, it's not really limestone, it's just gonna be
Here,
one type
I'll
of
draw
sand to
it
the
for
next.
you. For some reason, it keeps filling the whole goddamn thing brown. When I like press delete all, it just fills the screen brown.
Well, it's a type of delete all. It's just making all the information brown.
I suppose, bruh.
The scariest thing is right beside you. Yes, it is this one right here.
I would be scared of me too if I saw me in the wild.
Especially with the like magnified eye and mouth. It would seem the iPhone cannot comprehend of winking. We're getting another doodle chat.
Yeah.
Or at least I am.
I'm adding so much detail and it's so pretty.
It's gonna be the bestest map ever.
It's not even a map.
Oh.
You'll see, you'll see.
You are hereby commanded to drink water.
Fuck you. Putting my best pixel arting skills.
Oh, I just realized I have enough channel points. I could redeem hot sauce 3 times.
Fuck you. Alright. So this will hopefully help you get a better picture of the geology of the area, the way the rocks are formed. Not worried out, Discord. So, what the fuck? That did not copy the right image. Upload file, that. So this is like dipped down into the ground. You can see the black sand is on top of the limestone layer, and the limestone continues into the water after the black stone ends. And there's your little cabin there.
Okay, and they're coming from like the limestone boundary area where the mud starts.
There you can see I made the like water on top of the cliff, so you can see like it's waterlogged.
Yeah. Oh, there's the window that I can't escape out of it too.
Yeah, it's only like a foot across and tall, so yeah, good luck getting
That's
out.
not very big.
Okay, let me hydrate. I gotta get a water. Hold up. Water procured. Thank you, Tuckers. Thank you for hydrate.
Turd. It somehow seems central to this story.
Huh?
Well, all these things are like muddy water monster thingies, and they're coming from the ocean, so water is somehow central to all of this.
Hmm. Starting to put two and two together.
Maybe they're after me because I contain water.
Well, I think they have an abundance of water, so it's probably not that.
I mean, even the high ground has a bunch of the water, so like,
Gonna take your piss. They're actually urologists. Very
yeah, they're
aggressive
just
ones.
very aggressive ones. They're just trying to make sure I've done my checkups.
Ah, they want your piss. They want to make sure you're not on drugs. Your
Oh, I
company
see.
sent
They're
them.
trying to drug test me.
Yeah. They need your piss. Taste test. Also notice the striations and layers in the limestone. That's sedimentary layer.
Interesting to point that out. Why? There's limestone where they're coming from. There's limestone under the hilltops where there's a shitload of water where they're coming from. Limestone and water, and I'm a rock person. Um, I'm gonna mess with the limestone rocks all night until they show up.
Noted.
I don't know if there's anything I can really learn.
Well, in your course of frigging around with these chunks of limestone, you crack one open and find something interesting. The stone has opened up along one of the striations, and inside you find a small fossil. It's a chunk of bone, and it has marks in it. Like whatever killed it also ate it, and that part was left. However, you don't find shells like you would expect to find in an area that used to be covered in ocean.
Oh yeah, this was all underwater at one point.
The bone,
So,
huh?
go ahead.
The bone could perhaps be of a fish or a mammalian critter. Definitely not of a bird. It's a solid chunk of bone.
Okay, so we have an area that was underwater. We have mud water monsters. And we have fossils that would indicate some type of predator thing is eating thingies here. Am I just food? That
Maybe.
would it would
You're
kind
gonna
of
have
seem
to
like I
figure
might
that
just be
out.
food. Okay. Not a fan of that revelation. They do the bone that's there, since it's like a solid chunk, does it indicate any like blunt force snapping sort of trauma to it, or is it like a clean break, or is it like a whole solid bone?
It's a whole solid, like, almost disc of bone. It wasn't from a limb. It'd be like a shoulder blade or some shit. Or like a piece of skull. Or pelvis. Some large flat piece.
Like a structural bone.
Yeah, it was smoothed off on the ends over many years. I have no way of telling if it was broken off at some point.
Smoothed off at the ends. There's no. I mean, when I crushed that thing in the door and I took a quick look at it, it seemed like a fleshy bit. Was there like a crunch with it, or was it mostly just like a sort of like cartilage squishy thing?
It was fleshy. Say more muscular, if anything.
Oh, great. So they can tear my limbs off.
Well, it did crush the wood of the door.
They're great at destroying structures, so that's not good for me.
Cybox, you're banned.
Okay, so if I take that same, like, preferably without damaging the fossil portion, if I test that rock with, like, the acid solution and the heating and all that, like, does it react any differently to the other limestone? I would presume probably not, because it's just a limestone fossil rock.
It reacts very strongly. It's very, calcium dense.
It is a bone.
But more than a solid bone would be. Including the rock around. The rock around it is even more reactive than the bone.
That's interesting.
Tweeds. Yo, Tuck, do follow age real quick. I need you to Mog Reznov.
Just by a little bit.
Oh shit.
Arzy is not following Arzy.
Fake fan, fake fan.
Fake streamer.
Fake fan, fake streamer. Fake pisser.
SMH. Okay, so kind of gives me a small idea. What if, okay, so I'm gonna take an igneous rock, since it's like obsidian-like, they can get really sharp when you break them just right.
You still have
If
that sharp one beside your bed.
Yeah, but that's a limestone one, isn't it?
No, I thought you did the...
Oh, I did do obsidian. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. I'm gonna keep that handy, kind of next to the relatively dilute hydrochloric acid, and just we'll keep that in my back pocket. I don't know if that's gonna matter any, but
Thank you, Reznov. Hydrate, thank you.
Make Percy go to a toaster world and jump in. What is that?
That I don't know what y'all were smoking the first time I asked for suggestions for redeems. That's one of the things y'all suggested. Think fast. Unfortunately, Think Fast is broken. And Hydrate is broken.
Stuck's still alive somehow. What, you have no faith in me? Yes, I'm alive for now.
For now.
I'm changing strategies though, and I may not be for too much longer.
Time may be of the essence.
Okay, so if we have fossil, I mean, it wouldn't be surprising if there were predators in an underwater section because that's just the way the ocean works. It's like violent.
Mm-hmm.
There's no indication. How large is this fossil thing?
Not bigger than your palm.
It's not very big.
Also, yes, Cyvox, I'm aware. However, we are not currently in Rome.
What?
Unless you're talking about Roman
reference.
concrete. I don't know. Continue, Tuck. Don't worry about that.
Okay, so I mean, the odds of finding another fossil in all these other rocks is not likely. I mean, I guess I could just keep going through them. I don't really know what to do with that information yet. I don't know. Everything seems to be pointing towards these things are probably trying to eat me. Frick, I might just split. I don't know. We'll see what the wall what happens with the wall. I'm gonna keep messing with the limestone rocks and see if I can't find. I'm probably just gonna do like focus on splitting them and see if I can spot any other fossils.
Further down into another section of the rock, you find a longer, thinner bone that has been, cracked and broken in various places. Seems to be like a limb bone, like a leg or an arm. Which does seem to be mammalian.
Okay, this is really starting to lead me to believe that these things just believe I am food. What time is it?
You have about an hour before it is pitch black. Sun is setting.
Alright, well, I'm gonna like. I don't know. I think. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and like bag those fossil rocks and with my other stuff, and then try to make the trip to the car. It may not even still be there, but we'll see. I think that's a completely crushed, snapped bones. Good enough for me.
So you step
These things are
outside.
hilariously strong.
Hilariously. They can snap your fucking wood support beams like nothing.
So it would seem.
However, it doesn't seem they're very smart. Now, you start off with about an hour of light left. You've bagged up your research, hoping that'll be enough for the company. They're probably not going to be too mad in the state you left their cabin, but I suppose your explanation that'll make you sound like a crazy person will have to do. And you start off through the woods. You have about 5 or 6 miles to go. Of course, trudging through the ankle-deep mud, and the water is very loud, and the rain is falling heavier around you. You're getting a good distance away, and the rain is picking up, when you hear loud slaps behind you, water being pushed and shoved around, branches being broken.
Yep, this is not good. This is a certified bro moment. Well, I'm gonna wave the flashlight in that direction and see what I can see.
Behind you, by about 100 or 200 feet, are pricks of light that are noticeably bigger than the ones you've been seeing the last few days, about quarter-sized. But that's all you can make out through the nearby trees with your flashlight. It's getting too dark.
The pinpricks of light may not have been rocks. Okay. I've probably been getting watched this whole time. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna make sure I've got that obsidian stabber thing ready, and I might also try to keep the hydrochloric acid bottle close to the top of the bag so I can just grab it if I need to.
There's not much acid left, and it is fairly diluted.
It's better than nothing, I guess. I don't know.
So you continue on down the trail trying to get to your car.
I don't want to stop.
Here, let me paint you a new picture.
And I'm probably still miles from the car at this point.
Yes, you are. You've only gone about a mile in. So you have about 5 miles left. It'll be well into the night by the time you get there.
New doodle.
New doodle incoming as I'm making it hold.
There's a very good chance that if these things are water-based or waterborne, they're just going to hilariously outrun me. given that I'm like trudging through soggy wet mud path.
You also can't really see.
I mean, I've got a flashlight, but it's probably not a terribly bright one, I guess.
Yeah.
It is also, I guess, storming once again quite thoroughly.
Okay. Download. I haven't illustrated this one. Hi, Pancake.
Oh, dude, I am so cooked.
I have no idea what this stream is about, but true fact. Well, I did pin what we were doing. I have written up multiple horror scenarios which Tuck has to survive with his own wits and intelligence, which I put in quotes. Intelligence. Oh, I'm a bully, we know this.
Yes, yes, in fact, you are.
Of course, after the scenario, all will be revealed.
Of course, it doesn't help that I've never really been great at deducing puzzles like this, so.
Which I love this, so I make good ones with good level of difficulty.
It's funny that I'm not good at deducing puzzles like this, but I can deduce random ass reasons that software doesn't work on computers, like all day as a job.
Well, I will say, your deducing skills are important. However, general intelligence is also very important. Because, like, while you could figure out a big part of the mystery from studying the rocks, you could also figure it out by, like, encountering the critter. You could have taken different options instead of trying to defend your cabin. You could have like gone out looking for stuff. Could have, there's plenty of stuff you could have done differently. It's just you.
Yeah, I don't know. That was my main posture idea, because like if it's whatever it is like smashing and destroying wood, it will probably smash and destroy a person without too much difficulty.
Yeah, you've chosen very safe options. However, now you've put yourself in a position where
This is not good.
you
This is not good.
you're running out of time. And hell, your cabin might not last another day. One more night might be it. And then after that, you're not really gonna have cover. And you can't really be outside for too long or you'll freeze. Have you gleaned enough information to make your escape safe? I suppose we'll see.
At this point, likely not.
I suppose you'll have to go off instinct.
I am now leaving without too much information learned in the night through the mud, as slow as possible in a cold rainstorm, 5 miles from a car that may or may not still be there.
Mm-hmm. Now, while you decide what to do next, I'm gonna go pee real quick.
I will also do this.
Chat, behave. Hello.
Ma.
Ma 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 na. Na ma 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 na.
Bum bum ba da.
Okay, what do? You're in kind of a sticky situation, but doesn't seem like you can turn back now.
Not really, no. If I could roll back the clock, I probably would just stick to the original plan, which was to try to catch them outside and then, like, encounter them, but now I'm kind of stuck.
Catch me outside. How about that?
They're a couple 100 feet back at this point, is what we came across.
About 150. Though they are paused while you're looking at them right now. I don't think that's gonna stop them for long.
What if, I don't know, let's try the, well, I don't know. If it is a predator, chances that it's going to respond to that are not very high. Although, if it is a predator, continuing to try and leave is just going to activate prey response, like, hardcore. Okay, well, I mean, I guess while they're frozen, I'm gonna, like... I don't have a way to make, like, a big flash or fuckload of noise, or... I'm just gonna, like... I don't know, just fucking scream in their general direction and then see what happens.
Yell at them like an idiot. And it doesn't really seem to do much. They don't really
No,
do anything.
Talking in general doesn't seem to do anything.
The dots are shifting. They're starting to move again.
Oh. Sure, I guess, I'm just gonna be like, I don't expect this to work. It might be just stupid. I'm gonna give it like one last shot and be like, who or what are you? I'm just trying to get away from you because you're concerning me.
Doesn't seem like that's gonna do much. They're
Okay,
moving
yeah,
faster now.
Ah, great, yeah, okay.
Seems they're pursuing.
Um, so they're not phased by light, but what if I sit here and blink the flashlight a whole bunch and then start screaming at the absolute top of my lungs and then start waving around my obsidian knife?
They pause again, but not for long.
Great. I, does it seem like if I turn around and try to keep going, they're going to be faster than me? Most likely.
They're not especially fast, but do you truly believe you could trudge speedily through all this mud until you get to the car?
Not that long. I mean, humans are pretty good at, like, champion distance running.
It is
fit.
5
Probably not a
miles.
40-year-old.
Perhaps
Yeah,
there's an observation that you've learned about them that could buy you some extra time or get them off your trail.
not bothered by sound. They're not bothered by light. They're constantly following me. They seem at least to be predators. I'm carrying a whole bunch of food. They might just be after that.
I'll let you decide what to do.
Yeah, I'm. This is either gonna work or it's really not going to. So I'm just gonna like take all the food I can grab reasonably quickly and just chuck it off into the woods some direction and
Hmm.
then see if they go for it and then just keep moving.
Well, as you keep moving farther away from the spot, you notice as they get to the spot you were, they pause. And they lower their heads down to the ground. You can't see what they're doing and can't really see them either. But you do see the dots where you presume their eyes are. They don't move off of where you were, but they do pause.
I'm wondering how long I was standing there for because they seem to linger places I linger. Okay, so I'm gonna keep moving, and then as soon as I think that they've started to move, I'm gonna. Well, I can't even tell if they're going for food that I chucked. They're still following me though, so probably not. Because I would have thrown that a good distance into the woods over there, like off the path.
Mm-hmm. About as
Okay,
far
so
out
not
as you
after that.
could.
Yeah, okay, so I guess I'm gonna like stop and observe until they start moving, and then I'm gonna keep going, and then we'll just keep playing this dance and
Mm.
just hope that I can be faster, I guess.
Night,
I don't know that like
Anthony.
dropping the pack will make me any faster because it's not probably terribly heavy.
It's not. With only the fossils in there, because that's all you said you grabbed.
Yeah, that's firewood really was gonna be useful at this point.
Maybe a couple of your tools would have been useful, like the hammers you had, but they're gone now. They're back at the cabin.
Yeah.
Looking at the map here, it's move you about a quarter way forward, like closer to the car. You're now like parallel to the lake. You know, if you move to your left, you could just walk into it.
Okay. These things are coming from the ocean. The two water bodies are somehow central to this. I don't know that going in the water is really going to do me any good. There, indications are that there's different monsters of their own in this. I feel like I'm forgetting or missing something. I'm feeling kind of dumb right now. So sure, we'll just kind of, I guess, hang out for a second, and once they start moving again, I'm gonna try to keep going. Although, if the path along the lakefront is more like beachy and less muddy, I might just take that towards the car instead of like this ruined, muddy path. Although I'm likely to get lost because I don't exactly have a compass or a map, so maybe not.
Well, your car is parked directly south, which is the way you're moving. And there's a large road, like right next to the lake where you're parked on. So if you just keep going south, unless you get super turned around, you'll hit the road and be able to find your car. If it's still there.
Yeah, that's the problem. uh, sure. We'll try that. We'll if the lakefront is any less muddy and like less likely to slow me down, I might just take that.
Oh. As you move closer to the lake, the two sets of slaps you heard behind you, which is the movement of the two critters already following you, you start to hear more. And there's more reflections of eyes in your flashlight towards the lake.
You just kept going. Am I at least able to run across this?
Uh, the mud is preventing a full run.
Oh,
but
it's a muddy lakefront. It's not sandy. Okay.
yeah, and there's still a small layer of water over everything.
This is not good.
You can hear honking now, much like the honking you heard back at the cabin. The hurt, but dark and
They're quite
guttural.
close.
The ones from the lake are honking to the ones that were chasing you. And they honk back.
They do have a language. It's just not something I understand. I don't probably have any way to mimic that, given that it's like a guttural honk. Hell, I wouldn't even know what I was saying if I started replying into two either. If I was like communicating any ideas.
Might call them their version of the N word.
I don't know. I feel like I'm missing a cue there. Man. See, this is the overanalysis paralysis. Now I'm trying to think too much. I'm just gonna keep going and do the whole like stop, pause, or like pause and go that they seem to be responding to.
Okay. As you go, the group of them start to converge upon each other. There's now about a dozen reflections behind you. Many slaps. They do linger where you linger. Each of them dipping their head low to the ground, right where you were standing, before continuing forward onto your trail. However, they're very slowly gaining on you.
Wonderful.
You can hear small trees being snapped alongside the slaps when they start moving.
These things are insanely strong, and I have absolutely no idea what they're going to do when they get close to me, although everything they seem to do so far is absolutely delete the obstacles in my way, so I'm not exactly willing to get close to them and just stand there. Yeah, I'm probably not going to make it to the car at this point, even if it is still there.
Well, you're about halfway through the lake now.
Whoa, you're halfway there.
Only about 2 more miles to the car.
Living on a prayer. Quite literally. Um, how how much distance do I have behind me
Uh,
before they close, roughly?
they're now about 100 feet away.
So they only really managed to close like 50 feet in half the progress of the lake in like
Yes.
3-ish miles.
But they are spending less time, uh, you know, looking for you at each place you were standing. They might be starting to learn.
I wonder if I can like break visual contact or something. Are there any like dense bushes or like large rock formations that I can go like break visual contact behind and then like go off on a random direction is a bad idea because then I lose my bearings.
Well, there's plenty of stuff you can take cover behind that would hide you from their gaze. But that would also mean you can't see them, and there might be more around you, given the lake is right there.
The lake is right there. I also don't happen to know. Well, they could just knock the trees over. Climbing it doesn't fucking matter.
Mm-hmm. And they very likely can move rocks as well. Oh,
I don't
given how
know.
dark it is, they probably can't see you anyway.
Yeah, that's true. I don't even know how they're following me. It can't be. I wouldn't imagine that it's scent because we probably have stiff winds and they're not. I'm not upwind of them, right? Or am I?
Sideways. The wind is blowing sideways.
Okay, so it's not scent. It may not be sight. They could have just really good hearing, but then why are they stopping? And like looking down at where I was. They're like observing. I'm learning some information, but not much. Is there like more a grassy area like next to the path I can follow that might make less noise than plop plop plopping around in mud?
The whole area is like, it has a layer of water. So
Yeah,
you're gonna be
so
going pew, pew, pew the whole time.
trying to do skip steps or something isn't going to end well because it's just going to, that's likely to end in a sprain or.
You'll face plant.
Yeah.
You'll waste time.
I'm just going to keep going. I guess everything I can come up with leads me to think that it's not going to help.
Okay. In the distance, you can see brighter lights. Not like the reflection from the eyes, more like street lights. Perhaps from the parking area your car is in. However, the creatures are getting quite close now.
Great. Okay, well, this isn't working, so something has to change. But what? How are they following? Like, what's. Underwater predators will have. I can't imagine sound would be terribly effective. That's assuming these are predators and they're not just some like super curious thing, but it's unlikely given they've chased me this far. Smell can't possibly, like, that's out of the equation. Am I like. Uh, See, this is also just isn't good. I can't think of alternative stuff. Going off the path isn't going to shrink my sound profile. Scent is irrelevant. These things are strong enough they can just follow a straight path towards me, whereas it's going to slow me down because I have to go around the obstacles.
Keep in mind the tree cover isn't very dense. So you can move in a mostly straight line. You'd hit a tree eventually that you have to go around. Wouldn't be super common. Not a big problem because you're not like sprinting.
Okay, well, if I can, like, if there's trees, like, along the path, what if I, like, get up to a tree and then I, like, kind of. I just, like, grab it with both my hands and then I, like, pull myself past it and then, like, kick off of it with one leg and just see if I can't move several feet at once instead of just, like, trudging. Get
Well,
small speed boosts out of the trees. I don't know.
that would take a lot of energy, and you can't get solid footing when you land, so you'd fall face first in mud. And you can try it.
Going slow like this isn't working either.
Both how close you are to what you believe to be the car park. You might be able to make it just in time.
We'll just keep going. I don't know that. I don't know what else to do right now.
Well, some good news. A small hill you have reached. Land is tilting upwards. it's still wet and muddy, and you're gonna have to get on all fours to go up it. But it's not the same flat forest anymore.
Although it does mean that there's a strong chance that water runoff is pooling on the opposite side of this as well.
The lights are close, however, on both sides, both the reflections and the non-reflections.
This is great. This is wonderful. I think this is what you call backing yourself into a corner. Are the lights of the car park or presumed car park any clearer what it's lighting up?
They're orange lights that are like higher above the ground. They seem like street lights.
It's at least a street, which means I can run on it. They might be able to do that too, though. I don't know. We'll see. I guess we'll just keep going. I don't like how close are they behind me here?
Not far away now. I wouldn't waste time to turn around and look. You can hear them being close. So you continue up the hill?
Yeah, we'll just keep going.
Well, the trees have ended. You're now in a flat open area. Well, not flat. You're in the hill open area. But getting to the top of that slippery hill is a metal barrier. One that would be along the side of a road.
Highway. Maybe.
You can see past the metal barrier is a large open parking lot with space enough for about 5 or 10 cars, including your own.
Is my car even still there?
It is.
Okay.
Hi,
Do I even have my
Pancake.
keys?
I assume you grabbed them
I would hope. If I'm
since you're
going.
making a run for the car.
Night pancake.
Yeah, Nini Pancake. We're probably only going to have the time for this one story, even though I have a couple others baked up. We can do those on a different stream. No, you've taken as much time as you needed to. So I assume you're going to go towards the car.
Yes. We're like.
It's on the other side of the parking lot.
Renewed determination has now filled me. I am fucking sprinting.
Well, congratulations, because you can. Oh, you're not ankle deep in mud and water anymore.
Yeah.
So your car is dented and very muddy. These things have clearly been fucking with it.
It may not even start.
Your passenger door has been opened. Seems like the handle has been sort of crushed and ripped off.
Why are these things so interested in me? Are there even other cars at this lot?
No. This used to be like a tourist destination lake, but that was decades ago. Not really a reason for people to come out here anymore, unless they're a dumbass geologist.
Apparently. Who goes alone.
Well, fucking they can't, your company can't afford many geologists. They don't make much money. And also, this is Europe. You know, people don't really carry weapons. Unless perhaps a knife. But you did have a bag of hammers, so...
I made my own obsidian crude implement thing.
Yeah. Perhaps next time consider inviting a friend. That might help.
Apparently, I was supposed to have one.
Yeah, I invited Roop Doop, Macaroon, to do this, but he's staying at his parents' house for the week and couldn't join. I would have put both of you in together because often having friends that aren't dumb but also don't think entirely alike can have interesting effects.
I feel like that would have been useful for me.
And you also don't really know each other, which would have been pretty good. So, arriving at your car, door has been forced open. Car has been noticeably pushed, but isn't that fucked up. Your seat has been torn up a little bit, but only on the passenger side.
Okay. I'm gonna, like, just mental note this stuff while I'm sprinting to the car, and then just, like, ASAP keys in ignition or push button start whatever car I have, and then just get the bitch running.
As you do that, only about 20 feet away, the metal barrier,
Great.
you hear a loud sound as the barrier is pulled with multiple large black, like, protuberances wrapped around it, outwards towards the hill. And your car starts up.
Okay. Throw that bitch in drive and get the fuck out.
Don't you want to wait a second to take a look at them?
I might turn the car's headlights towards them real quick, like on brights or something. Or maybe I can just sit there and flick it back and forth between normal and brights for a second and like freeze them once I see them.
Well, shining the lights out onto the road to get away. There's nothing on the road, so you're good there. But shining the lights towards the critters on the fence, Freddy Fazbear type trick.
I don't know, man. I'm trying shit here.
Shining the lights towards the fence, the incredibly bright light does give them pause, but they continue up, crushing the barrier, pulling it out of place. As you see, a very interesting critter. It has a large, fat body. It's covered in, like, mud and some type of, like, not glowy, but, like, slime, which most marine animals are covered in slime. It's very dark, gray almost on the body, and black on its protuberances, of which is its most notable feature two very long, muscular, bony arms jutting out from its back and gripping the ground in front of it. They drag themselves using those arms onto the parking lot. They honk with their weird, like, trunk almost. Have you ever seen an elephant seal?
Let me. Oh, yeah, okay. So we have, like, an elephant seal with, like, bodybuilder arms.
They're very long and thin, about double its actual, like, length. The thing itself is about 6 feet long.
That's a big boy.
Ending in very massive black hands almost, with about 3 fingers. The fingers of which are about as thick as your whole arm. And God, you can only imagine how strong they'd be.
That's
Multiple of them drag themselves across the parking lot as you floor your car to get away and hopefully not hydroplane off into the woods and die. Try to frame it up.
I mean, currently best indication is that they're not that fast, especially if their only land implements are two large arms. So a reasonable speed, like I don't know how absolutely torrential the rain is, but we're gonna be schmoving, but it's not gonna be like mega fast. Maybe like 35 or 40 to start with.
Yeah. So you peel out of the parking lot, you go down the road, and you get away. You get to a nearby town. You survive. You get to call your boss and tell him he's a little dickhead. And you've discovered a new animal and you're gonna sell it to science and never have to work again. Yeah. Congratulations. I will tell you, if you spent one more day at that goddamn cabin, I was going to get you killed because it would have been impossible to escape.
Yeah, I was thinking like maybe that like that outer wall that would warn me of their presence would hopefully be enough to like give me enough time to like open the door and get outside, look at them real quick, and then try to peel. But I feel like if they were that close to me already, they probably would have just got me.
Their arms are much too long for you to have gotten away. They would have grabbed you. I was gonna have it be like, that one night when they just broke your door open. They're supposed to reach inside and like break open a can of soup by squeezing it or something. Which was supposed to give you more hint that you were smart and gave yourself an early warning system. Now, would you like to hear some of the information I have written down about these things? Also see like
Sure.
a quick little crappy drawing I made or can make for them.
More doodles.
More doodle. Hooray.
I mean, I'll probably sound like a crazy person when I get back to civilization, but like if they bother to investigate it at all, I feel like it would be pretty obvious that the shack was fucked up, and the roadway thing being absolutely peeled across would at least give validity to what I was saying.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be completely insane. Somebody who looked at that would be like, yeah, something happened here.
I'm making quick sketch.
So if I had stuck around and tried to use the outer wall as like a oops, they're here, that would not have worked.
No. Because these
I
things
made the right call being like, this seems dangerous, I'm leaving.
these things aren't super smart, but they're very territorial. Okay, here. I have the drawing done. It's very simple and very stupid, but you'll get the gist. Let me add a little mud. Yeah. File. Download. I will also put it on screen for chat to see. I had trouble like fitting his whole fat ass in there, so his hand's a little cut off, but
That do be looking kind of creepy.
yeah. So I wrote these up. I called them bottom draggers. These are an amphibious mammal. They live in both saltwater and freshwater. They're scavengers. So they mostly drag themselves along the bottom in a migratory path around the continent. You just happened to catch them when they were there. Except for the lake ones. Freshwater colonies typically survive off dead animals on the forest floor and can stay in that area for a long time, whereas ocean ones have to constantly move. You got caught between two different colonies.
Very not ideal.
Very not ideal. They're very territorial, like I said, and they live in groups of about 30 members.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. They're also built like tanks. So they have very blubbery bodies, which helps them survive the cold waters of where they live. But their skeleton is also very heavy because they're scavengers, and the way they're built, their danger is entirely towards their belly, like in front of them. So swimming predators like a shark could attack their back, and there's not really anything they could do about it. So they've grown large, like, sections of bone, right? There's bone plates coming out from the back of their ribs, which protects their back. So had you chosen to fight back, you would have died very quickly and likely done no damage.
Maybe I'd get a cut on an arm or something, or a hand that came to grab me, but that'd probably be about it.
You'd cut, like, into the blubber, and it'd probably hardly even feel it. Which is also why they weren't scared of the fire that was inside. They don't really have a concept of fire, both because they're pretty dumb, and they live underwater. But they also wouldn't have felt fire unless they were on fire for a little while.
Yeah, they wouldn't have felt it if, like, just brief exposure, they'd have to be, like, held to it.
Yeah. Senses-wise...
And in the rainy conditions, that would be basically impossible.
Yeah. Senses-wise, they're almost blind. So a bright light, like your flashlight, that could get their notice, but they wouldn't see you if you were out in the dark. Their hearing isn't great either. However, their sense of feeling is good. They mostly rely on that for, feeling around for dead animals to eat, feeling around where they're going, etc. But their sense of smell is great. Now, they don't smell the air that much, because even though they breathe air, primarily their olfactory organs rely on water, since they're mostly in water. Which means they could still smell, like, your skin oils and the turned up mud from where you were moving. They could smell you in the cabin, but only after about a day. Which is why they mostly ignored the ruins. And they could also smell your car, like, from the lake. Which is why they investigated the seats, but not really anything else.
Dang, I must be stinky.
Well, they just have very powerful sense of smell. They need to search for rotting animal, so... I will say the fossil evidence was supposed to give you more of a hint.
I
And
really didn't glean too much from that, other than definitely a presence of predators in the area, but like it's probably not even really what that was meant for.
yeah, the fact that the like sediment around the fossil had more like uh what's it called? Calcium content, and the lack of shell fossil, which normally there would be a lot of, was supposed to indicate that these things would eat the shells and everything in them. So crushed up shell would be everywhere, you know? Which would have given you the acid reaction. And crushed up bones would also be everywhere, giving you that acid reaction. And if you would have investigated like one of the bigger sections of like a boulder, I was gonna like give you a piece of the thing's skeleton to look at.
I thought as I was talking about, oh well, I'll just break open more rocks. I was like, damn, I should have broke open a boulder or tried, but it was like way too late at nighttime. I probably wouldn't have had enough time to do that.
Yeah. See, the things are. They're a little dumber than dolphins. They have a sense of danger, so they don't want to be in a direct confrontation with things because danger. But they also want to keep things away from their territory. Now, one major thing was I mentioned like underwater clams were like prevalent here. That was supposed to hint to you that you were also kind of like a clam. They know if they break open the shell of the clam, they get at the food inside, right? And if they break open the door of your house, then they can get at what's in there. They have a lot of learned behavior of opening things up to get at them, which is why they were smacking your house looking for a way in. They're gonna crack you.
Yeah, basically.
They're gonna crack your buns. These things also weigh about 600 pounds.
Bowser.
So it absolutely demolished your fucking thing. They also noticed a lot of your smell on the front steps, right? Which is why on day 2 they attacked your porch.
The porch was the first to go.
Because they feel like the things that they typically eat have limbs, they will grab limbs and squeeze them and break them. Which is why all the like sticks of wood that your front porch was made of were broken. They thought that was limbs and they could get inside.
I mean, they must be kind of fast, because I felt like the time that I like jammed the door shut on one and it sounded like it was leaving, that I was like, oh shit, let me go take a peek at one, and it was just gone.
Well, that's also the thing. Their danger increases with the amount of time you're there, but only because of the bad weather. If you had like figured it out and saw one and understood the danger on day 1 and left, they couldn't really do anything about that. The ground would be still somewhat dry under the surface and wouldn't really move for them. They would be dragging themselves on dry land, you know?
Yeah.
But after...
And I still probably would have been able to at least run.
Oh yeah. Maybe not sprint, because you would have like tripped and fallen, but you could have ran.
I could have made a good pace, yeah.
But after 5 days, they had a solid layer of water and mud that they could easily drag themselves through. And the rocks were also, you know, waterlogged. So they could move pretty fast. Normally, though, they wouldn't be faster than your slow walking speed. given how like big and fat they are.
No, I picked, despite the fact that I came to the conclusion for the wrong, not necessarily the correct reasons. I came to the right conclusion and was like, yeah, it's time to leave.
Yeah. On the very last like part you could have. Just barely got away.
Just barely.
Yeah.
It was like I could tell after, what was it, day 3 or 4, where like, I think it was day 4 where there were like 4 of them. I was like, okay, so this isn't just some random lone monster. This is like a group of them. And if more of them showed up today, a whole bunch more are likely to show up the next day on top of the 4 that showed up already. This is not good.
Yeah. See, they can somewhat communicate, and they do have a structured society where the biggest and strongest among them is the alpha, and it can like coordinate and give orders and like communicate with the others. They sent scouts up to your house the first like couple days, just like see what it was, see what was going on, see if there was someone inside, and they determined there was. And after the one scout came back, after you slammed its finger in the door, they determined sending a couple of them up would be a good idea. And the night after that, they would have sent like 12 or 20 of them.
That would have been GG.
That would have been it. And the one in the ocean was about 30 of them, and the one in the lake was about 30, because they usually don't live in pods bigger than that. You still would have had 60 almost unkillable biological tanks chasing you, but it would have also been much better to move during the day. They don't like being out during the day.
Yeah, I figured given that I saw like no signs of them for the first 2 or 3 days during the day, that was the safe time.
Unless
I don't
there's
know,
heavy
like,
rain.
the only reason I opted to just like wait for the night, because I was like, okay, well, sitting around and like just trying to barricade the place isn't working. So what if I like made a trip barrier that told me they were there, and then I was there to observe and maybe confront them, question mark? But I guess that was probably the wrong call. It wouldn't have
Yeah.
worked.
Perhaps I shouldn't
I
tell
was
you this, but
I was
go
like
ahead.
teetering on leaving during the day. I was like, man, but do I? It kind of seems like I'm crazy, and
Yeah, because you do also gotta think like, if this were real life, you'd have to have a pretty good reason for abandoning your job site. And, you know, being scared of fucking sea monsters probably isn't gonna be very good for your career.
I mean, there would be evidence of damage to the cabin regardless, even if I had left that day early.
They could have chalked that up to a big ass, like, fucking seal. You'd probably still get fired until you had, like, actual eyesight proof of them.
Yeah, I was like, this isn't like just trying to fortify and last out the nights isn't working. So I need to do something that is not that.
Yeah.
Although ironically, I ended up choosing something that was an extension of that, which was not working.
Yeah. Yeah, they also get more bold, like I said. So as days go on, they fear you less and less. Which means they'll They'll be more ferocious in their attacks. They'll be a lot more daring with how far into your place they go. They won't really care about the sounds you make. While they can't really work as a team very well, they can work in a group. Though, now that you're gone, they're gonna leave you alone. They're not gonna chase you past that because you're away from the lake and the ocean and their territory.
I have left their what they consider to be their backyard.
Yeah. Which got greatly extended because of the rain.
That lake probably grew quite a bit.
Oh yeah, it doubled in size. You know, if you had somehow survived until you would have left anyway, your car would have probably been washed off the road. Been unusable.
That would have been a problem.
Yeah. It's also good that they didn't just like attack the car. Like, this smells weird. Let me beat the shit out of it. No, they cracked it open like clam and found no food, so they left it.
That makes sense.
Hi, Oliver.
Hello.
Shalom. Very short looking. Oh,
Not
smart.
Smart.
Sorry, I don't get called smart a lot.
Well,
Yeah.
This was an interesting challenge, though. You know, by the end of it, I was like, you could probably tell I was like freezing up because I was like, man, I really don't know what the best choice here is anymore.
That's part of the fun. All of these things have rules that they follow, behaviors that they fall into, different levels of intelligence, how much they might change during their version of the situation. And you just have to learn. You have to test them without, dying yourself. Because these things, you couldn't really fight them. But
have not been a good idea.
By the time you would have learned that, you probably would have died.
Yep. Although now that I'm thinking about it, if they were going off the smell of like the skin oils and stuff, like where I paused, I could have just taken like what was left of the hydrochloric and just dumped it in the puddle of water around where I was standing and then kept going.
Yeah. And you know that now in hindsight. You could have also like taken your jacket off and like rubbed it all over yourself and then dumped it in the water where you were and they'd like attack it and like probably buy you a few extra minutes. But so I probably shouldn't say this, but I don't really like magic in these stories because that's not realistic. I like it to where you can imagine yourself like walking out into the woods and finding one of these monsters,
That makes sense. Because like people aren't going to be expecting some kind of reality bending thing that just is difficult to wrap your mind around.
Plus, these are all like intelligence and logic based. Like, if you do this, it will do this. Well, why did it do that? There has to be a reason. Like, these things can't see well. Why not? Because they live underwater and mostly at night, and they're not predators, so they don't need to see well. Rather than, oh, it's just magic. Well, why do they do that? Magic. That's dumb. Well, it's also magic. Yeah.
That was that was very interesting.
Yeah.
I managed to almost accidentally come come to an escape that made me not look crazy, but I cut it pretty close.
Yeah. And from there on, you can have your own head canon about what you do. You know, tell the news, lead them back there, make some money off of your discovery. Maybe you go back yourself trying to find out what they were and kill one and you get killed yourself.
Yeah,
Who knows? You bring a shotgun to try and hunt one, you shoot it and nothing happens because the thick layers of blubber and bone grabs your leg and rips you in half like chew toy.
it depends on the shotgun shell. Some of them will just go clear through almost 2 feet of gel.
Yeah, I'm not saying these things are indestructible. I'm saying they can really take some damage. They have a lot of
Yeah,
armor.
they would surprise somebody who didn't come with a big boomstick.
Yeah, which would be hard to get because you're in Europe.
I feel like a hunting shotgun wouldn't be too big of an ask. I guess it depends on
No,
which country of Europe.
but they also wouldn't let you have big bullet. They'd be like, why do you need a slug? You're going hunting, and there's not really anything that you would need a slug for. 'Cause I want one? Well, too fucking bad, guy. Go to America. I also feel like you could just order one online, but, you know, you didn't know what to expect.
Yeah, there's also
Hi,
there's guys like
Asher.
no.
Yeah, you need a permit. You'll notice I very rarely am going to write these stories to take place in somewhere like uh, America, where it's very likely you'd have like a good way to defend yourself.
Yeah, because people are just gonna like on really long extended trips like this where you're alone going to the middle of nowhere. You're probably gonna pack a shotgun or
They're gonna
something,
bring some
pistol, whatever.
firepower. And the
Yeah,
monster is much less scary if you can just blast its fucking head off as soon as it like shows itself. Yeah. I
yep.
also uh, am allowed a decent amount of subversion of expectation. Like how here, shelter was both a gift and a curse. Sometimes it might just be a curse. Sometimes you might have a long amount of time to hang around and figure out what's going on, and sometimes you might not. You know?
This is a very interesting idea. If you get like a whole bunch of these drafted up, or maybe it's something you do every so often, like this could be like a series, and maybe you like rotate through people, or maybe you bring a group of people and they're the ones who take on your challenges, but maybe they get too used to it. I don't know. This could be a
Yeah.
neat idea.
Well, these are things I've been doing, like, with myself for a while. Like, you know, ChatGPT, how you can, like, ask it to do stuff. I've asked it to do these with me, where it, like, creates a scenario, but it's so fucking bad at it. It fucking sucks.
It's not great.
No, but it did give me the idea to write my own. And luckily, I have a large amount of test subjects that I can run through them with. And they're very, like, fast and easy to write up. Like, you choose, like, what you want the danger to be, because it doesn't always have to be a monster. It can be, like, a person or an area that's dangerous, like quicksand. And you're like, oh,
Or like Chernobyl, like nuclear radiation or something like that.
yeah. Though I think those ones are much less interesting because the danger is like linear. Like you're always going to be affected by the radiation from when you step in to the point you leave. You just have to see how long it takes you to figure out its radiation.
Yeah, it. Yeah, that is true.
And even then, unless you're spending like fucking days and days there, you're not really gonna notice any ill effects. You're definitely not gonna die unless you're there for like weeks.
Yeah, or unless you walk across like a particularly hazardous spot. Like,
Yeah, unless you're fucking bedding down on the elephant's foot every night, you should be fine.
hell, you probably wouldn't even survive one night sitting next to that thing. That thing is toxic.
On a geological dig in Europe at this time of year without the knowledge of beasties, you're not normally gonna bring a hunting rifle. Exactly. Like, I'm gonna give you gear that makes sense for the occasion. Like, if you're going camping, you might have, like, a fucking axe, because that makes sense. If you're going
like,
hunting, you'll probably have,
stealing it.
like, a bow or a gun. But, you know, if you're going on a geological expedition, you're not really gonna know, like, of life forms there. You're not gonna really know, most stuff. You're gonna have, like, simple tools for your job.
Would love to participate. It seems fun. I would agree, Grimpo. I think this kind of reminds me of like a pointed D&D one shot.
I did
Like
get
that's
that feeling. Like running through it, I'd be like the DM.
honestly, I feel like if you're good at writing these, you're probably good at making D&D stories. It would just be learning the rule set
Well, I
and how
used
to
to write
play it the way you
them.
want.
When I was in high school, I was much more into D&D. I would write campaigns for people and then sell them because they had like a D&D club. I could write up like a binder of them in a month. Give them much
That
content.
that is neat.
Yeah. My eyes are so fucking goofy right now. Like a little kid on their first day of kindergarten just staring at the teacher like,
Yep.
yeah, I could adapt this into D&D, but
I think that would be interesting because then it instead of like having to like invent, I mean you are kind of having to invent, depends on the effect of the dice, but like it could add maybe another layer to the narrative of like even if the character is really good at something, they could still get unlucky, or maybe the wrong person tries to do the check and something goes bad, or whatever.
yeah, which some of this stuff I could have rolled a die to see like how lucky you would have been, but you know, I decided to take mercy on you. Rather, I'd guide you away from stupid choices that would have probably gotten you killed if you got unlucky.
Yeah, I've noticed a couple times where you were pointing out stuff that was really stupid, like the part where you were like right after I had decided to leave and noticed that the things are following me, and then you're like going out in shitty weather conditions at night with leaving stuff behind, and I'm like, yeah, I kind of backed myself into a corner, didn't I?
Yeah. I mean, I might have let you survive one more night, but it would have made your escape just that much harder. And they were already almost catching you by then, you know?
Yeah,
Like, you escaped by barely a minute.
it was not a large enough gap. It was like a single race lap at Austria. That's
Yeah.
not very long.
If they had, like, more water and more time for the mud to get soaked, just by even one more night, That probably would have let them move fast enough to catch you.
I would have gotten like up the hill and seen the barrier, and then they just grab my legs. Then it's Jover.
Yeah. Plus, that barrier would have been so much more difficult to get up to because the muddy cliff. Well, less cliff, more hill. Yeah. Oh, I will also say you're a good person to do this with because you're not dumb and you're also not super impulsive, just being like, well, it's day one and well, I don't feel entirely safe, so I'm just gonna leave. It's like, bro,
That's
do
just
the
silly. It defeats the whole
thing.
point.
It's like, well, you don't have a good reason to leave, so you go home and you're fired and you're homeless and you die. You fail.
Yeah. I mean, like it. I feel like I was doing a fairly accurate self-insert to this because like
Mm-hmm.
the calculus in my head was like, okay, it's very obvious that staying longer adds more danger, so like the risk assessment is starting to not check out here.
Oh yeah, Grandpa, that's a good point. You never asked what year it was, Tuckers. You never asked if you had like a phone or something.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
See, it's these little details you gotta think about. Stuff I might not overtly give you. You have to find out on your own.
And that probably got skipped on my part because this is other than the D&D campaign that I've done with Slammin on and off for like 2 years. This is my only other exposure really to like a sandbox
Hmm.
story, and at least up until this point in Slammin's campaign, the training wheels were on. So like you can't really fuck up bad enough to get killed unless you do something really stupid.
Yeah. Which there is also the concern of I have a stream to do. So if you get a really dumb decision at hour number 2 and we have 3 more hours to fill, maybe I'd just move on to the next story and hope you're not as bad in that one. Or I'd save you from your death and keep you going until the end of stream.
Yeah, there's an element of that too to balance when it's being done live. Sort of. He let us do whatever we want, even if it meant. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's very true. It was. You could say the training wheels were plus size, the way
Hmm.
Slammin was running that. It was pretty. As long as you didn't do something overtly dumb, like try to assassinate a king in his court, like you were probably fine.
Yeah. As long as you didn't do something overtly dumb like go for a swim, you would be probably fine. I will say though, they can't swim. They're called bottom draggers because they can't get up off the ground. They're too heavy,
No
they
sweet.
can't even float.
But like when you mentioned it was Scandinavia, I was like,
Yeah,
that
it's
water is
cold.
very cold.
It is summertime, which is why it's raining instead of snowing, but that water would still be like just above freezing.
That's not water you can really swim in for any sort of extended period of time. That's
Yeah,
danger.
that'd be like a worst case scenario kind of thing. Swim out into the middle of the lake.
And then what are you gonna do? They're just gonna follow you to the shoreline and grab you while you're swimming. Like,
Exactly. Which, if you're gonna go out like middle of the night when the ones from the lake would have been like prowling the woods looking for you, I mean, there might have been a chance you got your ankle grabbed from going into deeper water, dragged in.
yeah, that makes sense.
They are ambush like killers when they do go kill, you know?
Grimpo, I forgot about that. That was a moment of all time. So, oh, excuse me.
Bless
Slammin
you.
allowed us to introduce this mechanic called runes, which is basically just you can enchant an item to do a specific thing depending on what runes you put on it. Well,
Mm-hmm.
we found this, what did he call it? A torch of needed death or something. Basically, you light this torch around low level undead and it kills them. It gives them quote unquote needed death. So there's this merchant town basically that's just filled with a whole bunch of skeleton undead, and it's ruled like the guards, the casual guards, are liches, and they have staffs of power word kill. Like these are not a joke. And then there's a council of elder liches, which are stronger than those guys, who are the ones who call the shots at this little like merchant town. But every undead there is super chill. They'll talk to you, let you sell weapons, give you information about the land, whatever. Someone decided it would be a good idea to try to rob one of the merchants, then got caught, used the torch, killed the merchant, or no, they got caught and summoned the elder liches to talk about it, and then tried to use the
To
torch of killing
talk about
undead
it.
in front of elder liches.
Oh Lord.
The it that was probably the closest we came to party members getting yeetist elitist.
Damn, bro. Should have let them die. Let it die, let it die. Let it shrivel up and die. Come on, who's with me?
Yeah, the person who did that is no longer in the party. They do not play with us anymore. So it worked
Checks
out,
out.
I guess. There were other things that they did I'm not going to talk about on stream that were
They're a
disconcerting
bard.
to everyone. No, it was worse.
Hmm.
Maybe you'll get the tea after stream.
Ew. Druid, oh
Was it
Lord.
Druid? I thought it was Rain. No, it was.
I can only
I thought it was
imagine.
Ranger for a minute, but
Oh. Yeah, they either wild shaped and did something sus or they communicated with an animal.
on at least 3 occasions.
I would kick them out too. They
In a
did
group of
both.
how many of us were there? Like 7.
God, pal.
It was a time.
Can imagine. Well, there will be none of that in any of these stories. Well, have you ever played a dark picture anthology game?
Don't think so. I don't know what that is.
Oh, how about Until Dawn?
I think I've heard of that. Hold on.
Definitely have, bro.
Oh, it's a movie? No, I haven't seen this.
No, not a movie. It's a game.
Until Dawn. Okay, Until Dawn game.
The movie is ass.
Noted. Quick time events, classic of that period of gaming. Butterfly effect system. I don't. This is not familiar to me.
So you don't know the game where it's like you're a group of teens in a cabin in the mountains and You don't know it, but there's like wendigos haunting the mountains, and like they're coming around and killing you and eating you, and you have to like make decisions and pass quick time
Yeah,
events
this
and
I don't think
etc.
I've
to
seen
try
this
and
ever.
yeah, you have to keep everyone alive.
Sounds like a difficult challenge.
Yeah, that is partially an inspiration that I can use. You know, those types of games, the dark picture anthology ones, where maybe not every bad decision will kill you, but if you make enough of them, you definitely will die. If you can't catch on to hints enough.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's. Well, I can't say Mass Effect is like that. Have you ever played Mass Effect?
no.
Okay. Well, it's not so much a survival game. Well, kind of. Not really a survival game. It's more of like an RPG hero shooter story. But there is an element of like the unknown danger that stirs is returning, and you have to figure out how to deal with that.
Hmm, fair enough.
Honestly, I think okay, Mass Effect 3, specifically the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, like that whole trilogy, it's 3 games, is one of my absolute favorite games of all time. I think the character writing is great.
Hmm,
Like Liara's got it going on. Like it's
should
just
I
the way it is.
play?
I think you should. Matter of fact, I'd throw it at you if you thought you'd play it.
Maybe. I'll watch like some gameplay of it at some point.
Careful with what you watch. Don't watch anything more than like the first part of Mass Effect. You know what? I have it. I can just stream it to you. Like the start of a campaign or however far you want to go. Maybe I could just
Hmm,
play it for you and you pick the choices. I don't know.
at some point we can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tolerated and have a soft spot for Andromeda. Okay. I wanted so badly to like Andromeda. The characters didn't really feel like they had a reason to mesh together or like each other as they did by the end of it. It felt kind of forced when the characters were like, "Oh, I forget the main character's name in that one, but it was like, "Oh, character, you're so awesome. I love you." I was like, "Okay, well, this has been one game that's like 20 hours and a couple of hard missions. It really doesn't feel like that was earned."
Earning cracking some buns.
Meanwhile, like the whole Mass Effect series, like the original set of characters that are with you from the first game all the way to the third one, if you can manage to keep them all alive, small spoiler, um, like you've been through some thick fucking bullshit together, and like it makes sense when the characters uh are really resounding with each other by the end of the game. It just feels good because you've been through a story instead of like a brief 10-20 hours of game.
Yeah.
Anyway, I feel like I'm rambling now. So
No, you're good. You're good. Uh, I'll try to find somebody that I think would be good for this, for a different one. But I don't know. Sometimes they're few and far between. You know, like I said, you have to get somebody that's smart, which there goes like 80% of my options. You have to get somebody that's, you know, will play along and not just go immediately out of the scenario.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Gotta like somebody that can catch hints, because they might be smart, but they might not be wise. So they might not learn it if they're not directly told. Which, you know,
I feel like there was a mix of both of those happening with me.
yeah, your wisdom will take you farther than your intelligence will, but you're probably not gonna live if you're not intelligent. There's a big difference between the two. I myself am typically more wise than I am intelligent. Still little things like knowing, what are our bones made out of? I've said it like 15 times today.
It's mostly
Calcium.
calcium.
Knowing calcium reacts to acid, which a geologist would have in their kit, let me know that I could hint at like fossil evidence of the monster and its like eating habits. No idea if you would actually like get the hint, but I could at least do that, you know?
Yeah, I didn't quite. I thought it was. I don't know. Like when that hint was dropped, I thought it was just like, oh, well, yeah, this is a fossil. It's bone. Like, of course, it's gonna do that. I didn't like stop and think about necessarily why though, or like, hey, wait a minute, the shell is missing though.
Yeah, because an area that's spent so long underwater would typically have a large amount of shells, but there are none. But it's much higher in calcium than it would normally be. So, intelligence wise, that's where that would come in. Wisdom wise, you gotta figure out, like, how you could test it. You know?
At least initially, when it came to like trying to mess with the rocks, I felt like I was at least doing decent. I started with physical properties and started trying to define like other properties of the different rocks and see if like what the differences were, what I could infer from it, and then I did the first handful of things that came to my mind, and then I was like, okay, well now what?
Yeah. See, the rocks weren't nearly supposed to be as important as they were, I guess. Like, they weren't gonna be as used as they ended up being.
I kind of just latched onto that and was like, okay, well clearly this means something, and it's not necessarily always the case.
Clearly, I am a geologist and I'm here on a beach covered in interesting rocks for a reason, right?
Yeah, that's kind of where my mind went. I was like, okay, well this probably plays some kind of role, so let me test rocks and see what I find.
Yeah, I needed, like, a reason you would be there. It's like, why would you be out there? Hunting. Well, if you were hunting, you'd have a weapon. And I think that might be a bit too easy for you. Even though the weapon most likely would have gotten you killed, I don't want to, like, give it to you to make it be too easy or too hard on your first ever one.
Yeah. No,
Maybe.
when we were running, I was thinking about how it would have been so much easier if I could just like peep open the door to let the finger out and then just like blast a shot and see what happened.
Yeah.
That would have made things kind of trivial.
Which I can still implement something like a gun without making it too powerful. Like, I could give you, like, only a couple shots before it runs out.
Yeah, like a bolt action hunting rifle with like 5 shots or something. Yeah,
Yeah.
you'd have to carefully pick them.
Or a gun that's really inconvenient to have. Like, you find a minigun, but you can't really carry it around.
Just obscenely heavy.
Yeah. Something that would be more of a liability than a blessing. And also, you know, if you go up against like a person, They might lay a gun out in the middle of the road and tempt you to go grab it, which would be a trap. These things weren't that smart, but some things could definitely be intelligent. Can defeat these monsters with friendship. And this gun I found.
It feels like an ASDF movie quote right there.
Ask Grandpa. Yeah. I don't know. I definitely want to do more of these because they're very fun. And AI sucks at doing them because it's not creative. And also,
yeah, you might ask Slammin about how to best use it, because I think he had to like explain everything about his story to it, and then like the factions and why they were the way they are, and then he used it to like kind of frame a faction's responses to a specific action he expects the characters might take, and then he jots that down into notes and or maybe tweaks it instead of trying to get it do the creative bits. It just kind of logics out what might happen if X then Y.
Yeah, but typically when I'm writing, I already have like what I want the thing to generally be, what kind of danger I want it to pose, and everything else can just fill in from there.
The rat beasts. I forgot about those. Okay. So we're going exploring, right?
Okay.
And we're on, I think it was the Elf Island. Like this is territory of the Light Elves, and there's the like world tree on the same continent. We're just wandering around. We find some cave system. We go in there, and there were like different rat beasts. Like there was a rat crab, a rat gorilla,
Rat crab.
and then there was a rat ape, which everyone just abbreviated to what you might expect. Oh, there was a rat octopus, that too. It was like just a fever dream mission of like, what the fuck is happening in this cave?
Rat beholder.
Oh yeah, there was the rat holder. Didn't we basically incinerate the rat holder as soon as we saw it? I'm pretty sure somebody casted Fireball multiple times.
It beholds cheese. Killed on sight.
All we needed was the word beholder, and the entire group said, eliminate.
Yeah. Alright, well, it's about time for us to end. And I also haven't eaten except for breakfast, so I'm kind of hungry at 12:30 at night.
You should eat food.
Probably. Alright. Tuckers, thank you very much for joining me. Congratulations on surviving your first ever scenario. I won't take it on stroke. I won't make it as easy on you next time.
Great. I expect to be eliminated day one.
Maybe not eliminated day one, but if you do stupid stuff, bad things will happen. Yeah. And also, you can talk to me about D&D ideas. I will say, though, I got a little too into a D&D idea I had, and I tried to, like, make an entire world and write it down. Currently, it's 113 pages of lore and story points and characters and various things from the story that I haven't added to in like a year. I can branch a world out very well.
I thought about doing that, and then I saw in Slam's campaign how easy it was for players to just completely eliminate
Yeah.
weeks worth of prep dialogue, and then it was like, maybe that's not the best way to do it.
I less do the dialogue. I, number one, hate writing down dialogue. Number two, people don't notice, you know? Like,
A lot of it gets missed or skipped.
yeah. It's like playing through. Okay, so I know you've never played KCD2, but throughout the game, every like man-at-arms and bandit and townsman, they all fall into the same class of NPC, so they talk with the same voice lines. They all have the same voice, and you're only gonna notice like towards the end of your run that they all sound the same. So if I change it like very slightly from town to town and just write that in the notes, which I can just make up off the top of my head if I need to, you know, like players are never gonna notice that that town wasn't already written down and that dialogue wasn't planned.
It makes things very flexible.
Yeah, you also have to put in a little extra work to like anticipate how off the trail people are gonna go. Like
There's a limit to how much branching you can reasonably do there, though.
I mean, yeah, but you can generally have how you want the story to go and make it no matter where they go or what they do, that thing will happen. Like I need them to get to
stuff in.
Go on.
No, I was just saying you can definitely box stuff in if it's like a critical point.
Yeah. Like if I need somebody to go to fucking town B, I can say it's directly down the trail from here. Well, we want to walk off the trail and look for treasure in the woods. You're caught in a trap and you're taken to the town and put in the stocks for trespassing on another noble's land. Like, you're going to that town whether you like it or not. And like, well, we're not going to that town. We cut through the mountain pass to a different town. Well, guess who just happens to be there? The NPC you need to talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Treasure Planet.
Treasure Planet. I've heard of that.
Tale of in a long time. It's a movie that I haven't seen in decades. Plural.
Plural. That's crazy. I've only been alive for 2.
I'm fast approaching my 3rd, unfortunately.
But.
You okay?
Yo, when you pulled the fossil out of the rock, it should have been a mirror.
And there's the bully.
Alright, now before we start yapping again, I'm gonna go ahead and end. Let's see who y'all get sent off to. Will it be Diddy? Will it be Sean Combs? Will it be Fillion? Joke. Not. Imajima's live. Well, we don't have many people, so let's go to Himejima.
There's Mew, I guess? Himawari Kotetsu.
Yeah, we raid him like all the time. Especially when I don't have like a large presence. Keep in mind, your raids get you attention. So if you have a good raid, you know, you want to send it somewhere that'll get you a lot of good attention.
Yes.
But if I only have 12 people, then I'm just going to send them to somebody that could use them, you know?
Yeah.
Spooky scenario raid. Yo, I swear to God, this is the first time somebody said scenario in the Big 2-6.
In what?
The big 2-6.
I don't know what you're on about.
It's 2026. It's the big 2-6.
Okay. I mean, we're halfway through it almost.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, we're almost halfway through it. What is happening?
Literally in about 3 weeks, we'll be halfway through 20. Time to blow up the way in Minecraft.
In Minecraft. Mr. FBI agent, I am not associated with this cat lady.
Mr. FBI agent, I'm not associated with this fossil. Alright, everybody, bye-bye. Have fun with Himawari. I might bring him in for one of these eventually. Bye-bye.